Let's see if we can make sure that this party starts on time. What channel are we meeting? Maybe channel Roddy stream. Whisper Cuckoo. Cuckoo. No delay. I am live. I am as live as one man could be. I'm gonna go ahead and publish the VOD of that pretty awesome WTL match. I think I knew it was gonna be hard, and I didn't think it was gonna be that hard, and then it got super hard. But man, that's ridiculous. You can't make that up. You cannot make that up. But it's all good. I need to get ready for one thing real quick. I think we can leave that one open. Give me a sec, guys. First map, Cosmic Sapphire. I will host it in a very split second. I obviously had absolutely no time to get this going because our match was super long. Yep. First match is Mixu versus Cuckoo. That is correct. So I need to add image. Sorry guys, give me a split second. Looks alright. Let me know. I think it looks alright. Image BBB2. Looks alright. I'm kidding, obviously. Alright. I think that is what we're gonna roll with. All good, guys? In game. I could hide the chat for these matches. Okay, that does not look alright, by the way. You guys suck. Why don't you guys help me? That looks alright. Damn it. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and take one very tiny break, and then we're gonna get ready for our first best of 5 of the evening of the first edition of the big Brain Bouts, and that is Mixu versus Cuckoo. I need to host. I'll see you guys in basically 2 minutes, and then we are good to go. So much picnic today. Cosmic. Mixu. Do we have a Team Liquid event? We do. Let's go. All good, all good, all good. Alrighty, let's get our second StarCraft 2 party of the day on the way. That was one hell of a WTL match that we just had. Okay. Cuckoo? Where is Cuckoo? Hello? Okay, he's here. Toot, toot, toot. Oh, I apologize for the 2-3 minutes delay, but obviously that was a crazy match. That you can't really make that up. Going to the ace match after the revive, all tied up, losing the final game, and then somehow we still brought it back, and now we can play again tomorrow. That's fantastic. I think Mixu is ready. I think Cuckoo is ready. And then we can start off. 2 minutes ago, Roddy is back. I'll double check with the players to see if they are ready. It's a fun one. These two, definitely a bit of history. I handpicked this match. I will tell you guys all about it soon. And all the ideas behind everything. Mixu, Cuckoo, go, go. Mixu is ready. He's whispering. Both players are ready. So that means that we can go ahead and fire up the first of 4 best of 5s tonight. So this is a brand new, hopefully, event series that we are going to run. We're going to do this at least 4 times. The idea behind this is that I'm Dana White, and I can just make 4 best of 5s that I find exciting. And Basilisk has been kind enough to put up $500 for each and every single fight night, or we call it Big Brain Bouts. These are the first 4 matches I selected. Next week, we're going to have 4 different best of 5s with probably 8 new players, unless there is someone who really has an all-star performance, and we can do it all over again. You guys want predictions? We can definitely do predictions. I just want to let you guys know that the game has started. But yes, I'll run a prediction for y'all, since you guys love predicting. What a day of StarCraft, guys. Man, that was... I'm looking forward to WTL tomorrow as well, but we have another very fun evening ahead of us. 2 streams. Mixu versus Cuckoo. Mixu, Cuckoo. Obviously, there is no handicap for this, because I think these two are very evenly matched. That's the idea behind the Big Brain Bouts. I'll give you guys 10 minutes to get your votes in, and let's get it on. Yeah, that was nerve-wracking. I definitely need a moment or two to recover from all the craziness we just saw. But let's go ahead and do it. In the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of the second best player from Finland. He is good friends with the best player from Finland, but he's also good friends with that other world-class Zerg player, that is Raynor. He's been around for a while. He's good in many different video games, but this is his one true passion, and I don't think he's done yet. He wants to achieve more than he's done so far. This is Kova Mixu. And Mixu is going to duke it out with one of our very own, but for this event, we're going to be relatively neutral, because this is not my event. This is not a home biased channel, but obviously I will always root for him, and I know many of you guys do too. It is our Romanian Terror player who has made great progress over the last few months, but today has not been his day yet. Can he turn it around and peak when it matters the most? $75 on the line for this best of 5. This is Cuckoo. So the prize pool also builds up, and the idea behind these Big Brain Bouts is that every match gets better. Kind of like a UFC fight night, where, you know, you have up-and-comers in the beginning, and then towards the end, more established names, and then the main event of the evening. So this is our opening best of 5, where these two can show us what they're made of. And the prize pool is a bit smaller. It gets bigger for every single best of 5. If you guys have any questions about the Big Brain Bouts, feel free to ask them. We have no delay, so I can communicate as much as I want with you guys. And that's kind of the idea behind it. We have the Monday nights for fun, good StarCraft 2 action. And now hopefully we have the Friday nights too for more fun, good StarCraft 2 action. That was a lot of information. And I'm still hyped about the WTL match, but we have Cuckoo going command center first here. These two have known for over a week that they are going to duke it out. So I'm sure that they've done a bit of planning. They obviously take this serious, and they want to show what they're made of, especially with the guys from Basilisk Gaming watching as well. I'm a beast. I try to be. Seems like we're going to have a slow and steady start to this best of 5. Since Cuckoo obviously went CC first, then it's all about getting that good economy going early on. And we're going to get a couple of Hellions out for a bit of map presence. Push back the creep. The game sound is a little low. I can change. This is kind of ideal game sound as far as I know. I can do it at 15, but I honestly think it might be a bit too loud. But you guys let me know. First 2 Hellions actually make it into a empty third base. There was one drone there, but good save by Mixu. Never heard. So for the people who are not familiar with Basilisk gaming, I can give you guys a little history of the relatively short time that I've known them, but it's been a very pleasant journey so far. Let's say around 8 to 10 weeks ago, I got a message from our very own Dr. Dario, TLO. And TLO said, hey, Roddy, I got contacted by Basilisk Gaming. They are active in Valorant, like Shopify Rebellion is. And they are interested in getting into StarCraft 2. But they don't know too much about the scene. And I figured that you'd be the guy to talk to them for them. And maybe you guys can have a nice chat and take it from there. So I said, sure, Dr. Dario, I'll gladly do that. So I started talking a little bit with them, explained the scene, explained the EPT, Pro Tour, talked a little bit about the status of StarCraft 2, the good things and the bad things. So they're like, all right, they were loving it. We had some good chats. We had a meeting like once every week. They kept asking me about players. I explained to them like what players are good, what players are maybe a bit over the hill or kind of taking it a bit more casual. And then a few days before Home Story Cup, they said, so Home Story Cup is coming up. How important is it that we're there? Since one of them was from Montreal and the other one was from Boston, Massachusetts, I was like, you can go. It's an awesome event, but it's not mandatory. They're like, well, we think it's awesome. We want to go. I was like, all right. Fast forward, Home Story Cup happens. Second day or even the evening of the first day, I see 2 people. I was like, I know these faces. I was like, oh my God, it's the guys from Basilisk. So they're there. They're like, yeah, we're happy to be here. They had a good time chatting with the players. And at one point they said, we want to talk to Dennis from Take TV. So I was like, all right, we can make it happen. So I introduced them to Take TV. Fast forward again. They're like, this event is awesome. We're going to go ahead and give every single player in this event $500. There were 32 players there. So that meant a very casual $16,000 donation to the prize pool of Home Story Cup. We kept on talking after Home Story Cup, and they said, all right, we want to get into the scene. Yesterday, they picked up their first player, and that is Trigger. You guys will see him in the second best of 5 tonight. And this is hopefully only the beginning of their journey in StarCraft 2. I think I kind of covered all of it then. Let me know if I missed out on anything, but I think that's pretty much it. The idea is definitely to get more players on board than just Trigger, but that's where they are for now. I think that's enough background about Basilisk Gaming and how all of this came into fruition. Let's go ahead and talk about Cuckoo Mixu. As Cuckoo has a real army, Mixu is pretty much aware of everything that's been happening in this game. Setting up a big run-by on the top side of the map. Mixu kind of needs these units at home, guys. I mean, this is a pretty strong little setup for Cuckoo. He's only at 46 SCVs. It's only 2 command centers, so he's very, very committed. There is nothing to run by Mixu. You need to bring these units home, I think. Unless you want to bust the natural. Cuckoo is actually getting very far forward there, though, with his Marines. They'll still have the Hellions to protect these tanks. I mean, this is basically the build that Bunning used against Raynor twice in the GSL Code S. It is a 2-base all-in with +1 attack. It's a lot of banings, though. I feel that Cuckoo definitely needs a whole lot more than what he's getting so far. He's got 36 Marines. This right here, guys, is basically the push that needs to do it for Cuckoo because he's very, very committed. He's very all-in. Couple of links go forward. Mixu still just kind of sharking around in the center of the map. Nice tank shot there by Cuckoo. Kills a couple of banelings. 79 army supply now for our Romanian Terran player. Mixu is setting up for the surround. This is it. Mixu fully sends it. A couple of banelings do not connect with the Marines at first. And I think plenty of Marines have survived. Well, I say plenty. A couple of Marines. All the tanks do fall, though. How many queens are left? 8 queens. Mixu is under a lot of pressure. But I think he's still doing quite all right. If he can pick up that tank too. And he does. I think he should be fine. One more medevac gets picked up. Will Cuckoo unload the Marines trying to save that tank? That's exactly what he's going to do. We have 60 Marines out on the map. I don't quite see them yet. A few more Marines coming in. This is very close. And Cuckoo still has that army supply advantage, but he's ultra all in, guys. No third CC. We're not building any additional upgrades. We are finally going to get this hatchery, but that's just one of the 5 hatcheries that Mixu is working with. Still 2 base advantage, and he even has 2 upgrades on the way. If this game goes on long enough for 2-2 to come into play, I don't think Cuckoo can do much here, but we have even Sarah in the chat saying that, that Mixu is a chat gamer. I mean, in a weird way, it's still close, but Cuckoo needs more than he's getting so far. 10 queens as well still. This hatchery might fall too, but then it could still be 3 base against 2. And if Mixu gets his 2 upgrades, he should be fine. Baneling count is at 20. 20 banelings is very good. Then again, 3 tanks, very good too. We were at 5 base. Okay, Mixu decides to... Yeah, that's kind of a random moment to go for it. He's even taking the gold in the bottom left side. Cuckoo's Manavacs have been working overtime. We have a couple of Liberators showing up too. Reinforcements here. Cuckoo needs to snipe the Banes. Gets 2 out of 4 so far. Good job by Cuckoo. Gets 3 out of 4. Gets the final one too. But he's now down 3 upgrades, guys. A Terran that is down 3 upgrades. Double Liberator is actually going for harassment. I think it's a questionable call because Cuckoo does not need to harass. Cuckoo needs to win the game. Oh man, this is a donation of 2 lips. No, Cuckoo, that is not it, my friend. We're even getting Burrow now for Mixu. Queen is all the way in the center of the map. I honestly think... Okay, Mixu donates a queen with a decent amount of energy. Man, everything has been so close. In the last 40 or 50 minutes, everything has been so close on this channel. There's no moment to relax. Mixu still looking for a run-by, but these run-bys have not really been paying off, other than it forces Cuckoo to keep a lot of units at home. Look at the mini-map, though. Mixu setting up a very sexy, beautiful 360, no scopes around. The tank setup is decent. Like, imagine if Cuckoo had 2 extra Liberators here. I think it would look so much better for him. Marines going forward. Terran has been down in bases and down in upgrades forever. The first few banelings don't get the best connections, but the banelings coming in from the top, they will. A 3 upgrade advantage for the Zerg. That should normally be good enough. Do we have any banelings left? We've got 10 banelings left, but I don't see them. They're coming in from a very weird angle. Can they connect? Yes, no. Oh my goodness, they're so indecisive. What do we have in the bottom left side? We have a drop and a Liberator. This is the longest 2 base all-in of all time. 51 Marines with +1. Cuckoo does manage to get the kill on the hatchery, so once more we are back to 2 base against 3 base. I think Mixu derped a little bit there, guys. With a slightly better engagement, I think he would have been totally fine. But he did reset the tank count. 1 tank and 1 Liberator is all that is left. Thank you so much, Blue Hair Critic. Oh, that's a J-Dong right here, guys. A J-Dong maneuver. I mean, obviously, people are going to mine out. You can't really unburrow only the links. A couple of those links were banelings. This game would be over now. Oh, couple of burrowed banelings, but Cuckoo throws down the scan and sees it. These guys really are putting on a big brain show here. Marine's going to stim forward. A couple of drones are falling at that final 3rd base, but we are once more up to 4 bases. Baneling count is at 18. Queen count is still very high. 69 Marines. The Marines finally about to have 1-1. So it's only a 2 upgrade deficit instead of a 3 upgrade deficit. Couple of reinforcements on the way for Cuckoo. Still with a little army supply lead, but obviously down in upgrades. Lings are kind of just storming through the army, not really getting anything done. That was once more a little bit of a donation by Mixu. Man, I feel like Mixu's had multiple moments to potentially end this game. We have a Liberator trying to siege up the 6 o'clock base, but that does not quite work out. 103 army supply for Cuckoo, as we have a couple of transfusions going down. A 14-minute 2 base all in. A 14-minute 2 base all in. Can do that much later, Maximus, or do it with somebody else of Team Ready. I am going to be busy until midnight. Links and Banes coming in from the left side. Those tank shots are cash money. Units lost resource tab. Mixu has lost 7,000 resources more, but it's against a 2-base Terran. Another hatchery falls. As Anna is gifting a subby to the GOAT himself. This is actually an outrageous game, guys. The 2-base all-in is still happening. Mixu is wondering if Cuckoo is ever, for the life of his, going up to 3 bases. The answer is no. 2-base Cuckoo all the way. I'm actually getting harder. Okay, Cuckoo needs to be careful because there's actually a lot of links and banes. A couple burrowed banelings, but Cuckoo sees it again, throws down the scan. These big brain plays of Mixu not quite working out. What a very silly first game of many best of 5s. A 15-minute 2-base all-in, and not a hatchery falls. It's like hatch number 4, hatch number 5. Guys, we have killed 5 hatcheries in a 2-base all-in scenario. We have now floated over our main finally. So maybe the Mixu run by that has been looking for the last 9 minutes can come into play. Mixu is firing up the hive against 2-base Cuckoo. We have a couple of burrowed banelings on the edge of creep. Setting up more burrowed banelings. Once more has taken the bottom left side. Cuckoo is now dropping an armory. Okay, you can write a book about this game. This is one of the silliest 2-base all-ins I've seen in a while. It's still 2-base all-in, guys. I'm not lying. Cuckoo has not built an SCV since minute 8, I want to say. Oh, burrowed banelings. Burrowed banelings. Mixu with a couple of very juicy burrowed banelings. I mean, this holiday feels like a show, man. Everything today feels fake, guys. WTL hyped off the charge. First game, a 16-minute 2-base all-in, and Mixu with a couple of burrowed banelings. He's been looking for it, and he finally gets it. And now Cuckoo wants to go up to 3 bases, but good luck with that. Throws down a scan. Does still have a big army, but down 2 upgrades. Mixu once more going up to, well, already is on 5 bases. A scripted Friday. Some proper fake news on the Roddy stream today. Gonna have a little doom drop. Like, Mixu has hive, guys. He could get vipers. And he is firing up a viper. Spore Crawler could kill a medevac with a couple of marines inside of it. Does not quite happen. 1 hit away from killing that medevac. Morphing 1 brave baneling. I do think it's pretty much over. A few more burrowed banelings. Mixus is putting on a show here, guys. 121 army supply against 110. The second good connection of burrowed banelings in this game. Can we get the hat trick of burrowed baneling connections? Push it back right now. I actually think it's going to happen. Cuckoo is going to be forced to pick up. Might unload. Nope, not on top of the burrowed banes. It's going to be a long night of StarCraft. Alright, well. Our big Brain Bouts is off to a pretty good start. More burrowed banelings. Yes, no, maybe. Oh my god, if Cuckoo stims forward, it's going to happen. Cuckoo, burrowed banelings, throws down the scan, kills the bane, still loses a couple of units. I mean, Mixu's got 3-3 on the way, Adreno Glens on the way. We've got Vipers, maybe that's a lot of tanks. Okay. Good job there, burrowing a couple of banelings in the middle of the fight. I mean, Cuckoo's fighting spirit is very strong. It's hard to run into 6 tanks, though. Without any Vipers, we burrowed banes again. I mean, Cuckoo's economy is just down in the dumps. 31 SCVs should never be enough. 2 orbitals only. We use the word hopium quite often in the Team Roddy Discord. I think Cuckoo is on some serious hopium that he can still bring this one back. That was a good first game. It was a very good first game. And good job by Mixu. Even if he made life a little hard on himself once or twice, he did stay calm and composed when it mattered the most. And eventually got what he was looking for. And next week, Coco main event? Question mark? Anything is possible, Coco. Coco Lino. I'm not sure if they would dig it. I would dig it, but I'm not sure if they would. A blinding cloud goes down. We're going to abduct one of the tanks as well. There's still a couple of tanks remaining, but yeah. Cuckoo, I think. I mean, he's got a very big army. This 2-base all-in has been going on for so long that we are now having a Baneling run by into a completely mined out natural. Is there a 1% chance that Cuckoo can win this game? I want to say no, but we have burrowed Banelings again on the left side in the side blocker. One hero ultra could get transfused for days. We burrow a couple of Banelings in the middle of the fight. We left a couple as well though, but we didn't use them. Hero ultra, guys, transfused for days. This is really bringing us back to the Gauzer or Gosu user days, where you had the ultra that lived forever. This one does not quite live forever. You guys want to play the guessing game with me? How many resources did Mixu lose more than Cuckoo in this 20-minute game? Because I'm going to say we're looking at 12k at this point. Nice fungal, though. Nice fungal. Nice parasitic bomb. That should be enough. 3-3 links with Adrenal Glance. I think we're looking at a 12k resource difference. Actually, only 7.8 towards the end. But it is good enough for Mixu to take the 1-0 lead after that 20-minute game. Because Cuckoo was on pure basic units, Alexandros. That was a game and a half. Cuckoo has map choice, I think. Map 2. We're just going to go ahead and plow through. Cuckoo is hosting. Thank you very much, the Basilisk Research Group, for the 5 gifted subs. That is very much appreciated. I'm going to go ahead and disable the alert in this scene, guys. There we go. So you guys don't have to worry about that. Imagine you have to kill 2-base all in at 90 minutes with double spellcast. Yeah, that was not a super common, usual StarCraft 2 game. That game truly is supposed to end around minute 10, 11, maybe 12. But at 16 minutes, we were still fighting the queens. It's all good though, good start. A good start, competitive match between these two. Let's see what the second game has in store for us. In the top right side of a waterfall, we are looking at the main base of our Romanian Terran player representing Team Roddy, down 0-1 after the Bunny special did not quite get the job done. This is Cuckoo. Woohoo! And in the bottom left side, we're looking at the main base of the man who literally has Serral supporting him in the chat. There are very few players on this planet that can say that the great Jonas Sutala plays in or tunes in when he plays a best of 5. This is our Finnish Zerg, Kova Mixu. With these final few WTL games, and now the first match of this best of 5, I really feel that I am on an Eminem streak of speaking words per minute. Can we get a boring game, guys? Where's the boring StarCraft, you know? I kind of need it, man. I'm no longer 22. Need to slow down for a little bit. And obviously it didn't help that I gave you guys the entire story of how I got to meet Basilisk, how we got the ball rolling with them going to Homestead Cup, etc., etc. And now Trigger obviously joining, the first player, but probably not the last. Oh my goodness, let's go! So much hype. Jacob gifting us another 50 subs. He already gifted us 60 subs earlier. That is 110 gifted subs in one day. I mean, I don't know what's happening this month. Over the last 2 months, honestly. Thank you so much, guys. Let's see if Cuckoo can bring it back. As we are switching things up, no CC first. It is a Reaper into Command Center. And if you guys wonder if we are ever going to have co-casters for the big Brain Bouts or the Basilisk Fight Night, I'm definitely open for that. Like if Baby Marine plays and Raynor wants to co-cast a series, I think that'd be a lot of fun. If there is a match that certain pros are very passionate about and they want to join, I am more than down for it. I don't want to make it open to the public, obviously, but if any of the pros or my friends want to join, I think we can definitely make that happen. Nice micro there by Mixu, guys. Does not lose a Zergling yet. Does still not end up losing a Ling. Queen pops. Cuckoo now really wants a Ling. He's like, this is getting personal. And he gets one. Mm. Mm-mm. We will see a Spanish God. I think like pros is a little bit easier. This is obviously not my event. If it was my event, if I was in charge, I could definitely say yes, but we need to discuss that. But I think it could potentially be okay, especially for like the first best of 5. The main event of the evening, that would be pushing it, but for the first or the second, I think in the future we can make that happen. Hello, Ashbringer, by the way. GG's, mate. You had me sweating bullets in that final game. You had it. That was a very, very, very fun StarCraft 2 battle. GG's. Hopefully you'll tune in tomorrow and cheer for us. I would have cheered for you guys otherwise. Hellion number 3 and 4 on the way for Cuckoo. As Mixu is just doing the regular Zerg thing of queuing up a couple drones, and we're going to take it from here. Raven, going to be the first unit out of the starport. Raven obviously good in keeping the creep at bay. My boy Cuckoo can definitely be an emotional StarCraft 2 player, and not too long ago we had a couple of discussions about creep. He basically came to the conclusion that creep is a problem, and it's very hard to take care of against good Zergs. It's like, I know, Cuckoo. A lot of us know. It is what it is. We have to live with it. I think Cuckoo maybe thought I had the power to change it, but I don't. If I did, I would have changed that a long time ago. So now, obviously, guys, it's super fun for me to be in charge of this for the Friday nights. And after, like, I already made this fight card tonight a couple days ago before the Monday night. But after seeing Botvinnik play his heart out, I was like, man, next Friday, I want to give Botvinnik a chance to play a best of 5. Because Botvinnik was godlike last Monday, and then I just feel like I immediately want to see more. And maybe after today, could be very fun to see more of Ashbringer, or even reward a veteran like Braddock. Because I think Braddock also put on a great show today. So, as soon as I'm done with tonight, I will start making the next one. I have a couple days to get it ready. My man Night Phoenix, or Slycrap from the Ukraine, has also been asking me for the longest time to play in one of the show matches. I was a bit hurt when he didn't GG me, so I put him in the chamber, but soon, I think we'll see some Night Phoenix. Goblin, Cuckoo here grabs not 1, but 2 queens, guys. That's really big. Good job there, using the Hellions to kind of block the queens from retreating. Hey, killed the Cryptomare. Oh, that was very close. Link's going for a relatively adventurous round, but this actually is kind of surprisingly working out for Mixu. Lost a couple Links, but killed 4 or 5 Hellions. Maybe we lost 1 Hellion here. That one a bit better, I think, for Mixu than I thought it would go. Thank you, Anna, for gifting a subby to the man who played some awesome games today, Ashbringer. Night Phoenix knocked Heromarine out of what is qualified today. That's big. What did Gabe say, though? Was Gabe feeling it? Like, beating Gabe is one thing, but beating Gabe when he's feeling it, that's a whole different story. So if Gabe wasn't feeling it, I don't think it totally counts. 8 Banelings morphing for Mixu is probably not ultra sad about how this game has been playing out so far, but it's also not super clean. The creep is looking good, man. Mixu has always been good at spreading creep. Like, this is even against Heli and Raven, and I still feel that Mixu really is on the money. Every time he loses creep tumors, he replaces them immediately. Queens are in the right spot. He's playing well. Mixu is playing, I think, very well so far. Decent little income advantage, too. Uh-oh. Cuckoo with a tiny bit of a miss rally there. That would have been very painful to lose a tank that early. You just look at the minimap, and you gotta kind of love the setup that Mixu is creating for himself. Waterfall is obviously a Terran-friendly map. Maru came to the conclusion after looking at this that this map is playable. Now, if a Terran player like Maru says that the map is playable, just assume that they like it very much. He did not. He started saying how it was right after the gym and walking the dog and how he did not eat. Ooh, that's a lot of reasons for Gabe. With that many reasons, I don't think that best of 3 really mattered. That is a lot of reasons. Is there another chance for Gabe to qualify? That means he was not feeling it, guys. Little double drop on the left side, but Mixu's all over that. Mixu's setting up a multi-prong attack here, guys. I think we're going to try to run into the natural as well. Cuckoo is bulletproof there, and he's bulletproof here. Ho ho. Okay, a bit of a donation there by Mixu. With a bit of a donation, I mean a 2,300 resource donation. That was big. He's going to fire up the hive, but... yeah, that's... okay, now 17 more drones. That's very ambitious by Mixu. First, we donate roughly 50 or 60 links. We get absolutely nothing done. And right after that happens, he's like, hive, 17 more drones. I feel like there is a different order of doing that, but... Mixu's still in an alright spot. Upgrades are looking good. Cuckoo has no +2 armor on the way, guys. Okay. That's a bit of a mistake. Only one of the 2 eBays is working. +2 armor is not on the way. On top of that, I gotta say, I absolutely hate seeing +2 attack being researched here. Not a big fan. Mixu has been really implementing the quick burrow. Maybe making some notes out of the Elazer playbook. Elazer, who we will see in action later today against Kelazhur. That is the co-main event of the evening. I selected that match because I feel lately they've had a couple of really fun, good battles. It goes back to even before DreamHack Masters Valencia, but they also played against each other in that lower bracket. And it's been very back and forth between Kelazhur and Elazer, so that's why I went for that one. Mixu, guys, playing Lurkers, Vipers, Nidus Network. It's a lot of things happening at once. I am happy that the next best of 5 that we are casting is a PvP between Harstem and Trigger. Because I have seen so many Marines move around and medevac drops and Hellions in the last 3-4 hours. I need to look at some Protoss units. Couple ghosts on the way for Cuckoo. Relatively early. He's turtling it up. This is the one map that I've been kind of complaining about sensor towers for the longest time, because I legitimately think one sensor tower covers around actually pretty much 50% of the width of this map. I think that's ridiculous. This has to be one of the smallest maps in the history of StarCraft 2 when it comes to how wide they are. It is somewhat long. It's not very long, but like just regular small size. But how narrow it is absolutely crazy. Oh my god, couple of burrowed banelings, did not see that. Mixu with a beautiful uppercut there on the right side. That sounded like 20 Marines going down. At the same time, there was an Overseer heading towards the main base. Maybe dropping a Nidus. That isn't happening yet. The entire map is covered in creep. 98 links and 31 banelings with 4 Vipers. Couple lurkers on the way. Cuckoo with 111 army supply. Just gonna have a hard time taking another base. I kind of feel that for Mixu, the game plan here is to make damn sure that it's not easy for Cuckoo to go up to 5 bases. He probably looked at Waterfall and says, if you're gonna play defensive, you will always get 4. It's kind of inevitable. But I'm gonna try to prevent you from getting 5 bases. Mixu actually stealing resources of this base already. Didn't even see that. Thought it was just a bunch of creep tumors. Cuckoo did see that hatchery go down. We're looking at 12 gulls and a Raven, 2 extra gulls on the way. We have 3 Vipers. Mixu is going to send it here, guys. EMP kind of misses, hits. I think it first missed, but the second one hit. We have a parasitic bomb and it's so many Lings and Banes. And a couple of lurkers trying to make some progress too. It does feel that Cuckoo's micro there, especially with the gulls, was pretty sexy towards the end. I think overall a pretty good fight by Cuckoo. Landing those EMPs was big there, guys, because if all the Vipers just drop their Blinding Clouds, their Abducts, maybe another Power Bomb, that would have been an ugly fight. Cuckoo really is going full Maru here. Trigger is spot on. I was about to say the same thing, or actually said it before I read what you said. Come on, guys. Come on. Actually, this feels like a very good moment for a couple of Vipers to try to get lucky and just abduct tank by tank. Energy for kills. Cuckoo kills a couple. The ghosts actually need to be a bit careful. We have an Infestor as well that snuck way behind enemy lines on Burrowed Elazer, Fungum, and Mixu just pulling out all the stops tonight. That was another beautiful play. Forces the ghosts to go very far back. And now can we get this planetary? It's close, but it is barely good enough in the end. The final Hydras, the final Lynx get the kill on that planetary too. Mixu is really putting on a bit of a clinic with a lot of cool plays with Burrowed Banelings and now a Burrowed Infestor behind enemy lines on Burrowing, landing the Fungal. I don't know if Mixu thinks he needs to play particularly smart at the big brain bouts, but he really doesn't have to. Just play your regular game, Mixu. But it's working out. Cuckoo has still traded somewhat efficiently, but obviously Mixu has been stealing resources of this rich Vespian geyser. And Cuckoo is definitely starving a little. Okay, this Burrowed Infestor is not going to work out because this time around we have a missile turret. Mixu is setting up a tiny Ling run by, and he will see that Cuckoo is leaving a silly amount of tanks even on the right side. Mixu is going to go for it again with a lot of Banelings, a couple of Lings. Ghosts are going to try to land a couple snipes. Will we do the Burrowed Baneling thing again? There is a scan going down, so that does not work out. And the fact that it was not a planetary yet actually works out a little bit here for Cuckoo, because that means he can land it and lift it up and land it again. Oh, good stuff. Now Cuckoo is going to get a cancel on this base too. Straight up kill even. Mixu is starting to struggle a bit more, going up against the very turtley style of Cuckoo here. This is obviously frustrating for almost any Zerg on this planet. I don't think I've ever met a single Zerg in my life that's like, you know what I really like? When a Terran player just sits on his ass and builds gulls for 20 minutes straight. I haven't found one yet. If you guys know one, let me know. We're going to go for it again with a Burrowed Infestor, a couple of Vipers, but that Viper gets sniped by the gulls. The Infestor got fungled almost to a planetary fortress. Not quite. Maybe the Hydras can gun it down. Maybe the Hydras with a couple of Banelings pushing the gulls back. The Hydras, I mean, the command center is floating left and right. Para bombs going down on the medevacs, but the gulls are just so strong. The gulls are just so bloody powerful. We have a Swarmos on the way too. Vipers forgotten about. That's painful. That is very painful. A couple of more morphing Hydras that try to become Lorcas. And for the first time in 6 or 7 minutes, Cuckoo feels that the fights have been good enough for him to actually make his way down the ramp and very casually snipe a hatchery. Frustrating one for Mixu so far, guys. I feel like he has played well, but the last few waves were not good enough. We have now lost 13,000 resource more. Trifex says that we need tanks. All the tanks are busy protecting the last 12 SCVs on the right side. And the planetary. Hey, the accidental swarm host gets the... Oh my god! Best accidental swarm host ever, guys. One little swarm host, double kill on the tanks. That's very good. Lurkers are gonna burrow in range of the planetary fortress. PF, does it get the repair? It doesn't get the repair. That's a bit sloppy by Cuckoo. Maybe Knight is in the main base as well, guys. I mean, the goals count is ludicrous. We're looking at 23 goals, but we have a Nidus network going up in the main base. Do we have any Lurkers? We have 13 Lurkers. Lurkers are making their way. Yep, Lurkers are going to make their way into the main base. Oh, this is going to hurt. I mean, I guess we have 23 goals, but it's still going to hurt, right? Second Nidus. Cuckoo needs to be careful here. Just kind of needs to... Oh, scan. Hello. Cuckoo, you need to scan. Use personal cloaking. There's no overseer. Is there an overseer? I don't see an overseer. What a play. Okay, but the ghosts are actually still taking some splash damage from the Lurkers. That's ridiculous. What a fight. What are these games so far? Alright, Cuckoo cleans it up in the end after sniping the Overseer, and there was no detection left for Mixu. But Mixu feels that the doors are wide open right now on the top left side. He's going to abduct the tank. We have a couple of Hellions in the mix. Viper goes down there to other turrets. That's painful. Then again, Mixu has 3,800 gas, so he's like, Roddy, it's not painful at all. That's like losing a penny, mate. Apparently it is. Oh, Queens of Creep. How many queens do we... Oh, those are the final... not final 4 queens, but a couple of overlords getting popped off too. And that's actually going to supply block Mixu, guys. Did not think we had to worry about supply blocks, but apparently we do. No cancel on that hatchery either, so that's a kill. Infestor coming in from the right side, but the Ghost with the immediate EMP. And I actually think that this Ghost army is simply invincible. Couple of very good fungals there, though. Very good fungals. One more fungal. Right? Oh my god, another fungal. How are they connecting against 17 Ghosts? Right when you think the army is invincible, it's starting to show some cracks. Another fungal as infestors are everywhere. Another infestor coming in from the right side. And right when you think Mixu is dead, he actually cleans up like 17 Ghosts or something. With infestors coming in left, right, and center. These are actually big brain plays. What is this game, man? I'm not hyping this up, guys. Even for this event, I am not going to do the fake hype, but this is a ridiculous game. What was that? Crouching Tiger, Hidden Infestor. There is no battle report, but units, I mean, it's still a 15k resource difference. I mean, Cuckoo had an absolutely phenomenal start to that fight. It looked like the game was over. It actually looked like the game was over. What are the other matches after this one? The next best of 5 is Trigger versus Harstem. After that, we've got Elazer, Kelazhur, and the main event is Big Gabe against Showtime. I feel like we might have a little bit of a delay, but we will try to somewhat stay on time. Fortunately, we know that Big Gabe is a warrior of the night. Mr. Mauer, I'm not too sure about. How many kills does the accidental swarm host has at this point? 0, it's about the locust. $194 army supply against 190. The ghost count went from 23 to 1.3 or 4. We're now back at 12, but 12 is definitely not that crazy number that you would like to have against 17 lurkers. And even though Mixu looked like he was in all sorts of trouble, and he might still be, he definitely has a realistic chance of making something of this game. Cuckoo snipes and not a hatchery. This Rich Vespine guys was already mined out though. Lurkers and Hydra snipe a tank from the low ground. Accidental swarmos. Still going strong. Can we get a couple kills? Yes, no. One rather. Nope. But it does allow the lurkers to get a bit closer. Mixu down an army supply, but making some good progress here on the right side. And don't forget, guys, that this base is very important, because those resources have not been mined at all. That safety planetary fortress is going to get picked off. 23 SCVs are going to get picked off. Cuckoo has 14 gulls, but 0 gas. What is this, by the way? Another infestor. Sharking around. This one. Cuckoo is aware of. Yes, Neldros. We did win, and we will be back tomorrow. VOD is available for everyone. Already published it. We got very lucky. I'll be that honest. We got very, very, very lucky. We were in serious trouble. Couple of infestors are in the mix. Lurkers burrowing one more time. The ghosts are doing their ghosty thing, but the fungal does connect, but that's probably not enough to chase it down. Supplies are so close. Cuckoo does have a bigger army supply. That fungal completely whiffs. I mean, that's a lot of SCVs falling again. I don't know if we still need them. Oh, Infestor. Infestor gets revealed there by the scan and gets popped. Cuckoo is, Mixu is kind of running out of minerals. And still lost around 13,000 resources more. This base, very important. Bro, the Infestor here just very casually chilling. We've had a lot of big brain plays so far in this best of 5. 11 lurkers, 2 infestors, 2 vipers. The 16 ghosts. I think Mixu knows that he needs to do it one more time. Clean up the ghost army. Or at least Bring it down to like 3, 4, or 5, and then he's good. This base is absolute cash money right now. Take a look at the other bases. Not too many minerals left. Maybe some here, but not too many. A moment of silence. 24-minute game 2. Investor could on burrow right now. Land a fungal from the high ground, but maybe feels like it's a waste of energy. Not needed. Hydras and Lurkers will take care of it instead. Cuckoo is going to try to now start mining of this base in the top left side. Mixu has been able to steal a couple of resources away from this. Okay, keep an eye on the Vipers. Landing a couple of Abducts, Blinding Clouds. Scan reveals that infested too though, and this is not the fight for Mixu. Loses another lurker there too. Good job by Cuckoo. Did not panic. Took a very good fight there. We have a couple of locusts flying forward. Run, accidental swarm host. Run. Okay, that's such a good army. 8 lurkers, 3 infestors, 4 vipers. Mixu is gonna need an absolutely magical engagement. Like the Hellbats with blue flame are very good here too. Okay, we do land a little fungal from the high ground. That very important base that I mentioned a couple of times is in dire straits, and a lot of drones are going to fall. This hatchery is going to fall. Mixu, I feel like we have one shot, one opportunity. Finds a couple of the Hellbats on the right side. It maybe is still anybody's game. It comes down to the spellcasters. Normally the Ghosts have a lot more potential here. Like if this is a Maru game, I'd call it. But as much as I love my Cuckoo, and as good as I think he is, he's no Maru. And mistakes are human. Few more orbitals. It's actually very important to keep a couple of orbitals alive because we obviously need scans. Lurkers are going to go for the offensive barrel. There's very little support for them though. Is Mixu going to come in from both angles? He is trying. He's on top of that command center, but he's losing so many lurkers. Can we land a fungal? So far we cannot. How are we doing on the left side? We killed that command center. We might kill one more orbital. Mixu actually taking a little supply lead. He's got his army surrounded. He needs to clean it up one time and one time only. Ghosts are coming forward. It's all about the EMPs versus the fungals. Couple of snipes are going to land. Few lurkers going to get picked off. Ooh, that infestor coming in from the south side had a lot of potential. Now the ghosts are just doing that thing. Nice fungal there though. That's 6 ghosts in trouble. 3 of them going down. The other 3 will live. And this game is really coming down to the wire. Both players don't have much economy or income left anymore at all. We have a couple of Hydras fighting a tank and a ghost. Could have gone for the tank there. Does not quite go for the tank. We are going to abduct a couple of ghosts, and I don't hate it because every single ghost that gets picked off here is a ghost that will probably never return. This is still so ridiculously close. Mixu is going to try to take that right side base one more time. Cuckoo has a bit of mining from the top left. Okay, Cuckoo has a strong army here too. Mixu, 9 lurkers, 2 infestors, 2 vipers. Cuckoo leaving these tanks by themselves feels like a very adventurous play. Mixu literally making it into the main base of Cuckoo at this point. I mean, if just a few links would have been able to get on top of these tanks. Tanks that Cuckoo would never get back. After 28 minutes of waterfall action, 38 drones against 25 SCVs and 110 supply on both sides. Mixu trying to get this base running. Once more, Cuckoo knows how important that base is. Throws down a scan. We have 1 lurker here. Every lurker is important. Wow. How the hell are we making 4 more ghosts? 1 base down in economy. Apparently it's very big. You guys want to play another guessing game? How many links have died in this 28-minute game? How many Zerglings have gone down on waterfall in 28 minutes? I'm going to go with 525. Guesses are all over the place. I'm going to go with 525. Oh my god, 702. Well, Trifex, you are definitely heading in the right direction. Macaroon said 700. He was ultra close. That was a great guess, mate. This could very well be the final fight, but I felt like that for a while, and it's still anybody's game, man. It does not happen often that you have a 29-minute game where the economies are completely in the dumpsters, and it's still any one game. Will it be Cuckoo, who's going to tie things up and make this a very long night of StarCraft, or will it be Mixu, who takes a 2-0 lead? I believe that was 2 Vipers for 1 Ghost, and that is, of course, an excellent trade for Cuckoo. Links are like, yes, no, maybe. No. Okay, we're going to move that lurker. That lurker is now going to start working on. I actually don't know how I feel about that, unless we kill all the SCVs. Oh, it's kind of in the wrong angle, right? If it would have been here, I would have been able to get a crazy shot off. It's going to reburrow it. What is the economy right now? 0 gas income for Cuckoo. Cuckoo could mine gas, but he's just not doing it. Mixu has 900 minerals, 0 mineral income for Cuckoo. So Cuckoo truly desperately needs his base. Don't forget, there's still plenty of minerals left over here. And there were some minerals left on the left side. And Liberator is going to try to siege up. And we'll do their best to make some justice rain from above. 1 goes in a bit of a pickle. Goes down. Neural Parasite on one of the tanks. Fungals do connect, but we don't have any lurkers in range at this point. We have 12 lurkers. Those Fungals were good. But that's where the 12 lurkers need to get in range. It's 31 minutes, guys. What is happening? These games are never ending. A 31-minute game. Like at this point, you're going to have automatic ads playing because the game has been so long. Yeah. That is not something we can disable. Oh, no! Mixu. 4 burrowed infestors. Misrallied or pathing, messing him up. I don't know what it was. But the missile turrets granting detection there to Cuckoo. And that is big, guys. That is very big. We still have 2. And we have a little bit of gas left. Jacob is indeed single-handedly saving you guys. Okay, we have still 2 oh man, that was such a shame for Mixu. I actually think if you would have been able to just land 1 fungal and you run all 12 lurkers forward, where are they? Yeah, they're all here. What do you guys think is going to win this game? Because I actually still don't know who wins this. It's 98 against 84 army supply. It's 9 ghost. Mixu. We are losing a couple drones, I guess, to Liberator, yeah. I mean, Mixu has plenty of resources to work with still on the left side and this base. And if he obviously gets both center bases, yeah, then he should win. Lurker's getting in range of a couple of SCVs there, but we obviously can't lose them. I do think that indeed with every second that goes by right now that it's a good second for Mixu. Mr. Eagle says we are the real winners here. Whoever loses this game is not going to feel the same way. Oh. Man, this is so risky. A silly game here between these two, but a very good one. Very competitive. Hey, how is running down as Dana White? First best of 5. Pretty good, eh? Cuckoo throws down his scan. A couple of Marines and Marauders go forward and get on top of it. But at the same time, Mixu feels that, and this is his opportunity to end the game. Lurk is going forward. The burrowed infestors on burrow land the fungal. Lings and fungal is good enough. And I think that will do it after 33 minutes. I do think now this is Mixu. Cuckoo showing up with a couple of units on the left side. And Mixu said, that's my one shot, my one opportunity to go for it. And fully send it. And he fully sent it indeed. Man, what a game. What a game. Oh. I want to see that one more time. That was a really good game between these two. Those infestors, guys. Good things come to those who are patient. First, it reveals the move out. And right after that, when Mixu decides to absolutely send great blinding clouds on the tanks. I mean, they've been sitting there for 7 minutes. Poop. I do think that these girls were in trouble regardless, but they could have obviously sniped the overseers and then do personal cloaking. Whew! What a crazy 33-minute game. But Mixu does take the 2-0 lead. I'm going to go ahead, guys, and take a very, very tiny break. Because I have been shouting about StarCraft absolutely non-stop for 3 hours straight now. And I will see you guys in 3 minutes for Game 3. I will probably let them start, and I will obviously come back immediately if something crazy happens. I'll be right back. Crazy good game. I'll let them know that they can start in 60 seconds. Actually, they can start whenever. Seems like Cuckoo needs a second too. Boop, boop, boop. Alrighty. I am back. Obviously, I will always make the VODs public for these best of fives as well. We could even upload it to YouTube. That really shouldn't be too complicated. And hopefully, soundtrack by Twitch is safe. Otherwise, it doesn't really matter. But I think I can do that. Just grab this VOD and put it on YouTube altogether. I think that's a fun idea. We may as well, right? Makes it easier for some people to watch it back that don't know how the recent broadcasts work on Twitch. Let's go ahead and hop into Game 3. In the top right side, we're looking at the main base of my boy, who's honestly having just kind of a tough day today. 0-2 against Ashbringer in the WTL. Did not feel like going out in the ace match. Lost against Roddy on the ladder. I mean, that's when you know you're having a rough one. And he's now down 0-2 into a best of 5 that he was preparing for, that he took very serious. And he's giving it his all, if that wasn't obvious yet. This is Cuckoo. My boy brings it back and somehow wins 3-2. We are truly here till 3 a.m. And then I think for the first time in my life, I may see an angry Mr. Mauer. But I hope that doesn't happen. Fingers crossed. We have a PvP next, guys. I think that will make up for it. In the bottom left side of Data C, we are looking at the main base of our Finnish Zerg, a good friend of Jonas Sotala. And he has just played fantastic StarCraft in these first 2 games. This is Kova, Mixu. I think the fun thing about our opening match as well is that these are 2 players right now that are playing a lot. Because these are the kids that dream of qualifying for the DreamHack Masters Atlanta Europe Regionals. Those qualifiers are coming up in less than 10 days. So they are clearly, you know, playing a lot at the moment, doing their best, and trying to peak when it matters the most. Well, Showtime will probably take a little break. I don't think he wants to stream for that many hours. I mean, you never know, right? Sometimes you think everything is going to go on forever, and suddenly, you know, Mixu wins 3-0 in 9 minutes, and then we have a 3-0 in the PvP, and, you know, suddenly it's not going to be that late of a night anymore. If any of the, you know, I wouldn't say pro gamers, but good StarCraft 2 players are watching or listening or tuning in, I am willing to give almost anybody a chance as long as you're a sweet individual who's passionate about StarCraft and I can trust on you showing up. Feel free to join the Discord and I will open a channel for the Basilisk Big Brain Bouts and then you guys can let me know whenever you're available. I will of course still reach out to players too, but I think that's a good way in letting me know that you are down to play. For instance, someone like Trifex could absolutely open up a big brain bouts for us. Trifex against Botvinnik. But I think after we saw Botvinnik last Monday, that's going to be tough, mate, because Botvinnik is out of his mind at the moment. Well, that'd be a fun match. If you promise me that your ZVT is good, I think we could maybe make that work. So, the beautiful thing about this format is that I can come up with so many fun different matches. And I'm going to obviously try to get a lot of variety, different names. We give some NA love as well. I think next Friday, there's a good chance we'll have an NA opening match, because there are DreamHack qualifiers that day. And I obviously don't want to, possibly select somebody that's playing in the DreamHack qualifiers. Do the players earn money today? Yes, there is $500 up for grabs. I think the way we do it is 75 for the first best of 5. I think 125 for the second. No, it's probably 75, 100, 125, 200. Whatever adds up to $500 in total. And this will already happen for 4 weeks in a row. Absolutely, Tassat. You make them join. Whoa, we've got a fusion core, guys. Fusion core going down for Cuku. Roach one going down for Mixu. At least 4 weeks in a row. And if it's well received, you guys are loving it, the players are loving it, and I'm loving it, there's a good chance we'll do more. Always Friday. But I personally think that I like 7 p.m. starting time a little bit more than 8 p.m. Because I hate seeing the main event start very late. And obviously some nights is going to be totally fine, right? It's going to start at 10:30 or 11. But there are going to be nights where it could start at midnight. Like if Cuckoo, for instance, wins the next 2 games with 1 million ghosts, it's going to be a very long night. The bracket does need to be updated. I don't know if I have any of my Liquipedia friends. I think I do. Ooh, that's a bad start for Cuckoo, guys. Losing the 2 Hellions, losing the Reaper is bad. Especially with the 9 Roaches that are on the way. Oh. I think we already have a Liquipedia page. Did you make a tweet, Roddy? Roddy does not make tweets, no. We have a beautiful graphic that I haven't even used yet, but I'll use that for the second. I'll use that for the break screen from here on out. You guys have to blame my kids in the WTL making everything run a little bit later, but hey, it was a beautiful day of StarCraft so far. I think you guys will forgive me. I think everyone will forgive me. Now, Cuckoo has no idea that this is coming, guys, and he could be in very serious trouble because that battlecruise is not out yet. The Aliens, can the Aliens make... Oh, good job there with the deepulse. Very good job with the deepulse. That's good stuff. That gives us hope. BC is going to pop. I mean, sometimes every second feels like an eternity. This is definitely not all that bad yet, guys. This could have been a straight-up disaster. No, battlecruiser operational. Don't lose it, obviously. It would be impressive to lose it. First Ravager goes down. Second Ravager gets picked off. Ravager number 3 is in trouble. Widowmine gets a good shot on that Ravager too. And I actually think Cuckoo is winning this now. I would like to see BC number 2, but this is not good enough for Mixu. Not even close to good enough. All the roaches are going to get picked off. Each and every single Zergling got fried. Like, we don't have a lair yet. And we have a BC. I think I would jump the BC to the other side of the map. I think Goblin is in his 20s already. Goblin is hoping that we don't keep track, so he can still be considered a young, up-and-coming talent, but I'm keeping track. I'm pretty sure Goblin is the same age as Raynor, and Raynor is 20. Well, that was a great hold by Mixu, by Cuckoo, guys. It obviously could have been very risky, but lowering the depot, saving the Hellions, and then actually stabilizing in the main base with the BC popping was, honestly, absolutely perfect. And now I kind of feel like it's his game. Stim is done. We don't have too many Marines, though. Mixu is obviously doing a good job in droning up in a very strong manner behind it. I don't really like single BC, no Yamato. This is actually a game where Mixu... Oh, Cuckoo, that's... Okay. I don't know why I was worried there, but... If I see like more than 6 queens attacking something, I get nervous. You guys are going to have to forgive me. I hope for Mixu that he doesn't make Corruptus. Like, if you see more than 1 BC, I think you're tempted to go Corruptus. Now we're probably gonna go Mudas. But Muda Roaches is so awkward. The guy with the gun, as I like to call them, aka the Marine, is pretty good. I would absolutely say yes to that question, Weasel Flink. I mean, bronze is obviously hard to keep track of because that's the lowest league, right? So, did people get better in the lowest league? I don't know. But when it comes to platinum or diamond, 100%. Like, I look at some diamond players in this day and age when I cast the opening matches of the Monday Night Weekly, and I'm like, damn, these guys actually, are making Corruptus. I don't think that's good. Why are we making Corruptus, guys? This reminds me of a game of Lambo and Gabe, and then we had Corruptus on the way, then Lambo cancelled the Corruptus, went Mudas instead, but that was obviously a bit different. It was also on Data C. I mean, it's only 5, so maybe it's okay. Maybe he just doesn't want to go Mudas, period. And then it's fine. Can we jump? Yes, we can. We probably need to jump right now, and we do jump right now. So we're going to try to... We have +1 flyer attacks on the way. I don't know, man. I'm dizzy, guys. I'm seeing StarCraft everywhere. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, or that he possibly thinks there is way more than 1 BC coming up, but it's obviously nice to have a couple of Corruptors to maybe keep tabs on Manavax too, but it's not great, but it's definitely still playable for Mixu. I honestly thought that his rush was a bit of a disaster, but he did a good job in droning up behind it, and we have a game on our hands. And the minimap even looks somewhat promising for Mixu. Got 5 Hellions getting in range of drones, 4 drones going down. Next best of 5 is going to be Trigger versus Harstem. Trigger and Harstem, if any of you, in case you guys are listening, go ahead and already do the vetoes and set the lobby up so we can just hop into that almost immediately. I think that'd be perfect. I don't know if you guys have already done vetoes, but it would work out for me. Hellions killing more drones. Mixu's on 90 though, so. What is losing 9 drones to a rich boy like Mixu? What's the server rules though? Let's go Europe NA, Europe NA, and then I'll flip it. Then I'll flip a coin if we have game 5. Europe NA, and then a coin toss. Made that up on the spot, but I think it's very fair. Cuckoo with a big army takes out that hatchery. Right. Ooh. I'll double check with Harstem. Actually, I have not heard of Harstem today, but I assume. I'm gonna see if I can send a message to Harstem. Harstem is online on Discord, so I think we're okay. Maybe you can reach out to him. And keep an eye on these games for now. We have a Hydra Den and Great Aspire on the way. Mix is setting up a bit of a surround. Lings and Banelings are not going to connect with these Marines. We have 10 tanks. I mean, 10 tanks is a crazy amount of tanks. I actually confirmed with Harstem, so you know. I was like, did I confirm with Harstem? But I did. Just making sure. I cannot do that BTC street bets because that is a personal preference thing and I prefer it like this and the majority of my viewers prefer it like this. Some people prefer it the other way around, but most of us prefer it this way. So, can't make everyone happy. If I make you happy, I make myself unhappy and a lot of others out there. And otherwise we do it like this. And this is just what I'm used to. Most people prefer it like this. Oh, Banelings, SCVs. Oh, we borrowed a couple Banelings there too. Wonder if Cuckoo saw that. I don't think he did. Mixus is on a very good job in. Hello? What's happening here, guys? Okay, well, whatever. Does not matter. Cuckoo picked up a couple of tanks. He's going to bring those tanks forward. Actually, reconnected to my chat there, but... Couple of spore crawlers moving forward. There's so many tanks, by the way, man. There's a tank there as well, so I don't know. I think the fight is slightly more important right now than a couple of burrowed banelings. We have Broodlords coming in, and not just a couple, but that is 10 Broodlords. A couple of Marines going to stim forward, but that's a lot of friendly fire on these Marines from these 10 tanks. And I hope for Cuckoo that the ghost count is, well, it's 6 at the moment. That is decent. There's so many tanks. I even think losing a couple of tanks is not bad. That Great Aspire is really coming into play here. We are going to unburrow these banelings finally. Somehow I caught it. Few more tanks. One matter of fact, with 2 tanks inside of it, somehow the hot unload. I mean, the ghost count I don't think is high enough, guys. I am afraid that this is a few too many Broodlords to deal with. And this could very well be it for our first best of 5. I think the scoreline doesn't really do these games justice. I felt like all 3 games were very close. This one is definitely still not over yet, but I am afraid Cuckoo is going to run out of steam. Maybe 1 fungal. A couple of Broodlords have gone down, though. Only 4 remain. No friendly fire there on that other very low HP ghost. There are still a couple of tanks chilling over here at the bottom side. Mixu has done a very good job in buying time for himself, making sure the creep is still out there. I personally would have loved to see Cuckoo immediately fire up BC number 2 after the first one, because this was a great game to have 2 BCs in Yamato, because his hold was good. We're going to throw down a scan to get rid of a couple of these burrowed units, but I'm afraid for Cuckoo. Well, we have 15 ghosts, actually. I'm not afraid of anything. I don't know how we just went from 4 ghosts to 15 ghosts, guys. But with 15 ghosts, this game ain't ending anytime soon. Couple of links getting on top of the tanks. That is -3 tanks very quickly. I mean, Mixu is just kind of everywhere at once. The goals going on a mission. AFK Broodlords over here. That's -2, -4. We do land a fungal, but yeah, with 2 Broodlords, we can't really do a whole lot. Landing a couple of fungals is nice, but those 4 Broodlords kind of left unattended does hurt. The links are really going to town on the SCVs, though. There's 10 SCVs falling. And feels that Mixu is everywhere he needs to be. Cuckoo really is scraping for pennies at this point. But as long as we have a bunch of ghosts, there is hope. I mean, M4 is one. These guys have been literally playing for an hour plus non-stop battling. I think we can cut them some slack if they forget about a unit or 2. If I have one game like they just had on Waterfall, I'm done for the day. I wrap up the stream. Be like, guys, it was a good one. That was a very intense game. Or that game on Cosmic Sapphire. I would need a 5-minute break after that. So I think it's only human that these guys are going to make a little mistake here and there. And obviously, we see where the ghosts are moving. That's not something that Mixu can always keep track of. If the ghosts would have just been here towards the left, it was completely okay to have the Broodlords there. Yeah, Mixu could definitely get a few more overseers a few times. I agree. Cuckoo is going to get the Hajin Sun upgrade. Now, some people actually say that this is a Zerg upgrade. Because what you often see is a infestor doing Newer Parasite on the ghost, and the ghost turns around and lands EMP on all the other ghosts. So sometimes having the bigger EMPs actually works against you. Potential Nidus play in the main base, but Cuckoo is all over that one. That command center gets killed. That's a lot of links, and these are feisty Zerglings as well. Adrenal glands and +2. And the ghost count is so damn high, though. It's very, very, very hard to get a Terran out of there when they have this many ghosts. Cuckoo really is fighting for everything that he is worth. Links. In the end, get the tank. No, do not get the tank. So many freaking ghosts. And during our... Oh! Look at these 2 Zerglings very casually nibbling their way through like 12 Marines. As we have another 8 Marine drop in the bottom right side on this Rich Vespian Geyser base. And these games. I'm starting to fall apart. Thank you, Mr. Mauer. I'll see you later tonight around 2 a.m. No, I'm joking. I think it's going to be fine. I'm sure that the PvP games will not be this crazy. But for the sake of our schedule, if I had a proper schedule, I kind of hope that they wrap it up in the near future. Ooh, medevac with a couple of Marines inside of it. Gets picked off. Oh, these games have been proper long. Goals count is high. We have 20... High is an understatement, by the way, guys. 27 ghost. How do you end a game against a Terran with 30 goals? That is what Mixu is asking himself right now. We're going to need a couple of these big brain plays. He has definitely done a good job in making sure the game is never super comfortable for Cuckoo, but maybe Cuckoo is comfortable with 30 ghosts. We went from 4 to like 16 and now suddenly 30 plus. Good luck ending this. Couple sensor towers. We're going to need some magical fungals. Few Marines, Marauders as the scan goes down. I know. I mean, the WTL games I think were very, very fun and exciting too. Obviously, we had bias because it was our channel, our boys. But I think that was about as exciting as a clan war can be. A couple of fungals landing on the ghost. But this has been an excellent scrap so far between Mixu and Cuckoo. It feels that Mixu was on the verge of ending it, but now it suddenly looks like it's going to be very, very, very difficult to end it. Cuckoo, I think, is pretty good with the late game goals. He's got so many. He's just kind of casually sniping everything. Now the Broodlers are relatively exposed. A couple of Spines and Spore Crawlers are buying a little bit of time. We land a nice fungal there, but we also land a nice EMP. Broodlords are doing their thing, but the goals count is still so damn high. 25 goals now against only 5 Broodlords. Couple of Links coming in. Medevac's working overtime. Banelings coming in, connecting with mostly the Marauders, but the Ghosts are just unstoppable. The Ghosts are literally unstoppable, and there is no answer for this. And after 20 minutes, it is the Terran with the 30 Ghost that gets a point on the board. And we are hopping into game 4. I think I've done too good of a job in finding these games. I need to find something a little more one-sided. Oh well. We will wing it. Pro gamers are no strangers to staying up somewhat late. Ah, 30 ghosts. 30 ghosts are good. And I think even Mixu even did a pretty good job in not having all the infestors coming forward at once, basically having 2 waves of fungals, but apparently not good enough. It's funny because it obviously started off by looking like it was going to be Cuckoo winning that. I don't know what the boys are waiting for. Maybe they need a break now. I'm not sure. Whatever they want. I don't know what the maps are. I can only assume that Mixu vetoed Stargazers. So I guess we're going to play Moondance or Inside and Out right now, right? Probably Moondance and then... Or actually, no, probably Inside and Out. Well, seems like both of them are taking a moment. I'm okay with that. Moondance it is. Thank you, Weasel, for the 7 months. Well, I am pretty much ready. I think it's just kind of hard to get there, Captain Downs. It is good, but it's A, hard to execute, and it's B, kind of hard to have a lot of infestors and have a lot of Ravagers and make that dream combo happen. I absolutely will, Vito. I already said that, and I will probably load it up to YouTube as well. So don't you worry, mate. We're all good. I'm kind of worried about... like, playing a bit of music in the breaks is nice, but I think that messes up the YouTube view a little bit, but I hope we're okay. Cuckoo says go, go. We'll just give it a shot and we'll take it from there. Game 4 between these two. Our opening best of 5 of the night. It's a long one so far. It's going to be played on Moondance. And let's see if Mixu can close it out or if Cuckoo can send it to a game 5. Here we go. In the bottom right side of Moondance, we are looking at the main base of the Finnish Zerg, Kova Mixu. As he's going to duke it out with our very own Romanian Terran player, Team Roddy's Cuckoo. Been a very decent best of 5 between these two so far. And instead, I think, of burrowing over time, I think we can just be happy that we are watching more good, close, competitive StarCraft today. Very excited for the upcoming best of 5s. I'm excited to already, get creative and start making the matches for next Friday, when we're going to do it all over again. Number 2. We'll obviously select some different players. Overall, this is, I think, a great month of StarCraft with all the DreamHack qualifiers coming up. The WTL qualifiers are exciting. Tomorrow, Team Roddy versus License to Kill. Somehow snuck past Starcom. Looked bad, looked great, looked terrible. Got the job done. I'm gonna be, I don't know, completely depleted of any emotions by the time that today is done. And then I have a little bit of rest and we're gonna do it all over again tomorrow. Obviously it's gonna be hard tomorrow as well for Team Roddy against License to Kill, but I feel pretty good about it, man. Like, I know they're good, and I also know after a day like today, Cuckoo and Goblin are going to be really fired up to play a lot better than they did today. And Baby Marine, he's flying. He's going to be on Cloud 9 right now. He's feeling great. So I think it's going to be a very good competitive match, but I think we can win. All right, Goblin is a Debbie Downer, saying he's not fired up. It's not about how you start, Gobbers. It's about how you finish. We got the job done without you today. Tomorrow, we're counting on you. And I know you'll make us proud. Like, if you compare the two teams and you ask me who's the best player on either team, I'd say Goblin is the best player. So I am confident that the format can favor us. And I think we'll be okay. Obviously, Nina is great, but I think we'll be fine. Nina, I think Nina is the best, actually. In my eyes, I think Nina is a little bit better than Percival. And I know some people will say that's crazy. Percival has been in Kodas, blah, blah, blah. But I think the Kodas qualifiers are not very tough. Like, if you make top 12 in Kodas, yeah, sure, then you're a real big boy. But I personally rate Nina a little bit higher. There's only one gas on the side of the Zerg. Oh, couple of links here, guys, finding a little more success than they are supposed to. Oh no, Cuckoo messing up there a little bit as we are daydreaming about the WTL match tomorrow. Obviously, we will take care of these links eventually, but I feel like we are losing a little more here than we are supposed to. At least we got away with that. Would have been very annoying if Mixu split off one link, send it into the pocket expand, and then you have one link working on this SCV too. That would have been even more painful for Cuckoo. I think Cuckoo is already a bit unhappy about how that went. One Hellion just to get a scout off, obviously, in case there is like a Roach Warren or a super random Bailing Nest. Bailing Nest would be kind of, very random. There are Zerg players who do it, but you don't want to see them too often. But Cuckoo, obviously, after that last game, feels that he kind of needs to scout for roaches. Especially when I think of Lambo's ZVT on this map. I think we all know that Lambo loves the Roachling attack on this map. Most of the time, he actually wins with it too. What is it? The Muslim jokes are trying to keep up with chat. I'm glad you guys are having fun. I appreciate memes. As long as the memes are nice and we are no shitheads to each other, but we keep it fun, casual, respectful. I'm okay with all the memes. We have Elazer on the way. Cuckoo is going to go not for the Raven, but this time around we're going to go for Viking into Liberator. As Stim is being researched. I have the feeling... Ooh, that was risky. Cuckoo's, he's like, you know what, I'm going to try again. Seems like you don't have too many units and a lot of drones lined up there. And if I was the Hellions, I would keep chasing because now there are an absolute million drones. You could wall off here, and that is exactly what's going to happen. But this is just a great start for Cuckoo. A lot of lost mining time and 6 drones going down. Mixu playing the game of drones there. And it felt like this time around he did not totally get away with it. I think Rexy is busy partying. Rexy would have had a great time today. If he would have watched that WTL match of Team Roddy, I think he would have had an absolutely fantastic time today. He missed out. Whatever party he's attending in Bulgaria today, it was not as good as a WTL match. I know that much. I do think our match was a little more dramatic than it ever should have been, but I guess as Vin Diesel said, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning. $13 drones on the way for Mixu. Make it 14. It's lost 8 so far. Did kill a couple of Hellions. Is obviously still doing a good job with the Queens. I think when it comes to creep spread, Mixu for his level, I think is very, very good at it. Oh, was the opening match of the NFL yesterday? I had no idea. They started on a Thursday? That makes no sense. I know Thursday night football is a thing. Did they actually start already? Sag, I had no idea. Who won? Did Kansas City play? Oh, that's fun. I know that there was NFL on Sunday. Rams? Oh, Rams. Okay. Alright, Marines with Stim and a couple of Hellions in the center of the map. One Queen in trouble, but the Queen will live. Buffalo stumped. Okay. The Chargers are the reigning... No, wait. Is it the Chargers or the Rams who won the Super Bowl? I don't even know at this point. I know the Bills are pretty good these days. Mixu is all over this attempt of creep cleanup and a little bit of harassment duty on the right side. Cuckoo picks up, disengages, and we'll take the game from here. Mixu has a great economy, and he's still making more drones. Sometimes you feel like they're overcompensating a little bit for losing some drones in the beginning of the day, but why not? Mixu definitely has space to put all these drones to good use. I don't see any heavy oversaturation anywhere. Wait. Needs to start up his 2-2 upgrades, obviously. +1 melee, almost done. Mixu, are we paying attention? Are we still sharp? +2. He's not that sharp. The back base is smaller, so you don't really want to take it unless you're forced to take it. There's one last refinery to work with, or Vespian geyser I should call them, and then there are 6 mineral patches instead of 8. So if you don't have to take this base, you don't really want to take it. And it's also nice to have like a little piggy bank for way down the line. Maybe if the map is like completely split and we're mining all the bases out, then you still have a little piggy bank for a rainy day. Could come in useful. To me, it feels that this game is definitely going quite alright for Mixu, but having a good start is one thing. We're going to have to finish it against a Cuckoo, who is apparently more than willing to bring it into the late game today. Marines are going to stim. Marines are unloading on the left side. It's going to be a decent little trade. Obviously, in case like everything goes very late, I am thinking of like maybe I can let Showtime and Gabe start earlier, and we can just receive the replays. It's not something I really want to do, even though if like nobody knows the outcome, it's obviously fine. But it'd be more fun, I think, for Gabe to stream those games, and obviously watching it live is better. But I also don't want to see them like start at midnight because that's not super nice. I think next week maybe we should consider a 7 p.m. starting time. I think that's slightly better. But today that would have also been problematic. So, too much StarCraft, guys. What a world we live in. When the agenda is just too packed with too much StarCraft. And next week we also have DreamHack qualifiers. Double Nidus attempt here from Mixu. Has that Overseer, and there isn't really a whole lot of firepower. And Cuckoo has most of his units way out. Lurkers are working on Seismic Spines. They do not have the adaptive talents yet. "88 Zerglings, 18 Banelings, 2 Infestors, and 2 Vipers. We could land a couple of Blinding Clouds, and that is exactly what we do. Do we have units coming in from the left side as well? No. Okay, Banelings trying to make it through the Blinding Clouds. Are you... Oh, Burrowed Banelings! Mixu with another phenomenal play. That's the third or fourth time today that he got away with that. Man, he's good at that, eh? Just burrowing these Banelings like right in the middle of a big fight, on the ramp, right next to the tank. It's well done, man. Like, I always think Elazer is very good at that stuff, but I think Mixu, when he burrows them, during that fight, when he was going through that Blinding Cloud. Elazer is the god of that. I think he's the very best. But Mixu, I feel like he's been practicing it. Now we're going to drop a couple of Nidus networks. And at the same time, Mixu is all over this base one more time. And taking out this planetary would be big. And I don't think there is anything that Cuckoo can really do about keeping this planetary alive. And that's really the power of the Nidus too, right? You drop the Niduses. If they react with a lot of units, awesome. They are weaker elsewhere. If they don't react, awesome. Lurkers in their back base or in the natural. I don't know about the 2 Hydras, but... It's the thought that counts. Not the most terrifying thing we ever saw coming out of a Nidus. Feels that Mixu has Cuckoo right where he wants him, but obviously getting Terran players out of games is difficult on this map pool and on some of these maps. On last game, we also thought Cuckoo was in trouble. But then I blinked twice, I read it to chat, and we went from 6 goals to 23 goals. Suddenly Cuckoo was going to win. I feel like Mixu shouldn't slow this game down. Like, I know it's scary to be reckless, but I think like so far he's been trading excellently. Only losing 1,700 minerals more when this is the income advantage you've been enjoying over the last 6 minutes is fantastic. It's about as good as it will ever get for a Zergy. Mixu has been looking great today, but that Infestor gets picked off. Looking great is awesome, but we do need to end it. As I said, doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. We do need to win. We're going to get Neuroparasite too. Mix is going to try his luck here one more time. Viper is coming in. We're going to look for a Blinding Cloud. We get an Abduct instead. The Lurkers don't have the Adaptive Talents upgrade yet. These are slow Lurkers, guys. This was not too great of a fight. We do land the Fungal, though. We land the Fungal. We have a couple of Banelings. We're going to try to burrow units once more. Cuckoo has learned his lesson, and he's throwing down scans non-stop. And saves the Orbital. I mean, the minimap is looking horrifying. Cuckoo is really going full Mario on us today. Cuckoo says, Roddy, F you and your schedule tonight. I'm here to win. And hey, we can't blame him. That's what we want to see. I think this is a lot better than seeing people leave after losing 4 Hellions. Next time around, though, Mix's army is going to be a lot more terrifying because he did not have the Adaptive Talents upgrade yet for the Lurkers. The difference is massive. Lurkers burrow and unburrow so much quicker with that upgrade. And if we would have had a couple of Lurkers there in range in this area, don't think that Cuckoo really had the ghost count to do much about it. You probably don't want to only have Banelings, but more often than not, the more Banelings, the merrier, yes. But I don't think you want to be pure Bane, because then your army is just very clumsy and obviously not great against tanks. So you want to make sure that you diversify your army a tiny bit. Cuckoo doing a good job in preventing these Nidus networks from going up in either the natural or the pocket expand. I'll be ready to deal with a couple of Nidus networks in the main base, though. And once more, Mixu doesn't have to use them. Just dropping them as a distraction maneuver can be good enough. Defensive Planetary Fortress is powerful, but the floodgates are open. And that means that a couple of links will take care of that tank. Now we could drop Nidus networks, and that is exactly what's going to happen. These Marines are stimming left, right, and center. Links in the pocket expand as well. Mixu's going to kill a lot of SCVs here, but he also wants to take out this base. And that, I don't know. Ooh, Vipers will abduct a couple of ghosts, but doesn't even get the kill. Yeah, this did not work out. Okay, we get 1 ghost there towards the end. Lurkers are getting some good shots off. I feel like we need way more lurkers. We have no lurkers. Why do we have no lurkers, guys? Nidus going up in the bottom left side. The mini-map looks like it really is all Mixu. And you kind of feel like the writing is on the wall, but if Cuckoo takes this base too, this truly could go on forever. Yeah, Mixu really is saving that pocket. So I hope he doesn't forget about it. I actually casted a legendary TVZ once in Wings of Liberty, where the Zerg player forgot there was a pocket expand until like minute 88. Beautiful timing here right before the PF is done. Unfortunately, the bailing count is not quite high enough. We've got building armor too now. Or high sec auto tracking. Both, whatever. $23 ghosts. That planetary is in a bit of trouble and gets picked. No, it does not get picked off. 1 or 2 more Hydra shots. It's really all that's needed. I mean, come on. 17 Corruptors on the way now. So apparently Mixu... What are we... Like, we don't even have that much free army supply. Imagine if instead of dropping a Mew, you could also drop an SCV. You throw down a scan and you drop an SCV on the other side of the map and you create a little hidden city. StarCraft 3 idea, guys. I think that's the one balance patch that we're truly waiting for. I'm not sure about Broodlords. I feel that when it comes to the Broodlord dance against the Ghost dance, that Cuckoo is pretty good in that little dance. And yeah, it really has been able to just kind of stabilize. It's going to get harder and harder for Mixu to get Cuckoo out of this game. Cuckoo is picking up a lot of units. I'm not sure what we are going to do with it. Just some marine drops, I guess, towards the top right side. Mixu has some defensive Nidus networks too, which is kind of cool. Well, maybe this is the big fight that we've been waiting for. 25 ghosts against 13 Broodlords, 2 Lurkers, and 3 Infestus. We have a Nidus, double Nidus network going up in the main base. Cuckoo doesn't really have too much supply right now to take care of that, but I also feel that Mixu is a lot more occupied on this push rather than the Nidus. I think the Nidus is mostly a distraction maneuver. We are going to evacuate a couple of the drones. That's kind of cute. Nidus networks do go up, but yeah. Okay. Wrong Nidus, guys. That's the wrong exit. These drones got off at the wrong subway station. 5 a.m. Go home, drones. You're drunk. Couple of ghosts landing on these queens in the front. They're landing a nuke now, too. Ay, ay, ay. What a best of 5. Losing a few drones eventually is obviously not bad. Ooh. I was not gonna go there, Razer TL. Not in this event. Pew pew. Spines and spores off creep are obviously slowly but steadily losing HP. Unless you unburrow them, then they are okay. That is what's happening now. Broodlords making their way forward. 17 broods against 24 ghosts. How many infestors are we looking at? 3, only 1 viper. I feel like Mixus is not quite there on the spellcaster count. I mean, the Broodlord count is outrageous. 1 fungo. 1 fungo, but there are so many scans available. It's going to be very hard. I gotta say, Cuckoo has definitely done a very good job in making sure that this series did not just end in a 3-0 clean sweep. And after that pretty devastating game on Waterfall, that really came down to the final few units. He's displaying some great fighting strength. Couple of fungos landing from downtown. Okay, maybe you can just get the wave of Broodlings right now. I like that parasitic bomb too on the medevac. I think that's very smart. That is a lot of Broodlings going down at this point. That's going to make it very hard for the ghosts to get in range. Obviously, you don't want to get nuked here, Mixu. Cuckoo, his SCVs are going to try to kill a hatchery. I believe it. One orbital does get picked off. Cuckoo has successfully taken out the base in the top right side. Obviously, a very important one. A lot of Brootlings landing. The ghosts are getting pushed back very far. Imagine one random infestor coming from this side. Those are the big brain bouts that we are looking for. Will the SCVs get the hatchery? Yes or no? No. But it was a good effort. You actually don't want to lose random hatches. Because obviously you need production. Mixu's supply blocked. It would actually be very useful for Mixu to send like a changeling forward. Whoa, 2 medevacs super drunk. Flying over the spore crawlers there. Like, I'd love to see Mixu do what Lambo often does. And that is just attack one of your own units with all of your Broodlords. So you get a shit ton of Broodlings on the ground. I think that's one hell of a play. And I'd love to see Mixu do that. One ghost will land a nuke and push the Zerg army back a little bit. I mean, it really just comes down to the snipes versus the fungals. Couple of broodlings on the low ground. Like, you have so many broodlords. You can summon just an insane wave of broodlings and make it almost impossible for the ghost to get in range. As Cuckoo splits off a couple of marines, goes towards the right side and picks off the hatchery. I mean, this base is very important, and oh my goodness, it has to go down. Broodlords now getting all the broodlings on the ground. Thors and ghosts are going to try to do their thing. Couple of banelings coming in the mix as well. Banelings connecting with the heart of the ghost army. I mean, that's almost too good to be true for a Zerg. You don't see that very often. The Thor count is still pretty high. Army supplies is still massive. I felt like that was a really good fight for Mixu, though. It felt like that was a really good fight for Mixu. Look at the production tab. That is a proper money production tab. 4 Thors into 4 Ghosts. Couple Hellions in the mix as well. I do think Blue Flame is done, so that can obviously help out. The Broodlord count is still ridiculously high and is growing even more. We're going from 17 to 22. That Planetary Fortress should have died a couple of times ago. I think this time around it should really fall. We still have Lurkers helping out a little bit too. That Orbital just helped the Broodlords, getting all the Broodlings on the ground. I mean, Cuckoo does still have a ridiculously strong Terran army, but it feels that Mixu is playing a very solid game here. I love that one little bird baneling as well. Could have been a birdling, but it's just nice. It helps you to keep tabs of how many bases your opponent is taking. Even in a pretty long trade. Whoa, this is risky by Cuckoo. He could get fungled from the high ground. Finally, that PF does fall, guys. Man, they're so strong, eh? Those Broodlords and Broodlings have +3. And it feels like it just deals no damage against that PF. Units lost resource tab shows us that Mixu has lost 6k more, but that's really acceptable for how much more he's been mining throughout this game. That is one stat that I do not have access to with this overlay, but let's be real. He has definitely mined more than 6k than Cuckoo did. 10 Thors, 23 Ghosts. It almost feels that we are looking at an invincible Terran army that could very well give us a 5-game series. But Mixu does have the bank. And I think especially with the Remax, we have a decent chance. Well, we need to land the Broodlings, and we do. We lose a couple of Broodlords, but fortunately for him, not all that many. Look at these Hellbats, by the way, doing their work. Ghost, excuse me, in a bit of trouble against the Lurkers on the high ground. We could land a couple snipes there, but Cuckoo steps forward a little bit too far. Man, these Lurkers were awesome. They were actually awesome. Because that could have been a disaster fight for Mixu. 21 goals and 10 Thors. I'd really love to see Mixu try to get the Broodlings on the ground a little more often. Ooh, that's a lot of drones going down. That will make us... Okay. Will give us even more army supply. The lurkers are going to take care of this base. I mean, Cuckoo does not quite own that base. Somehow we had a couple of lurkers in the middle of all these Terran bases, but they did not live very long. I feel like I'm showing it every 12 seconds, Bacon Torpedo, but obviously if there is any stat you guys want to see, feel free to ask, but I feel like if there's one thing I do show very often, it's the unit's lost resource step. This one I show a bit less often because it blocks all the action, the other one does not. Alright, Neural Parasite, couple of Banelings in the mix as well. Can the Banelings connect with the Heart of the Gold spec? No. It feels like we're losing a lot of Zerg, we're not killing a lot of Terran. I mean, we're picking up some Thors. Thors are pricey. Maybe. Nope, not that one. Mixu is definitely very cautious. Maybe feel like he threw a little bit on Data C. It feels like I'm not going to make that same mistake twice. He's still on match point. Oh, this could... Oh, that's 2 ghosts. Okay, that's actually not bad. Wow, he's actually just chasing it, look. A little bit of overkill there, but Mixu says screw that one ghost in particular and manually blows up 8 Banelings without seeing it. That's pretty funny. Cuckoo has now landed an orbital on the left side, but this base is not defended at all. Now Mixu sees that the entire army is in the top right side, so he can very easily just kill this base. And that is a dead orbital, and that's a lot of fallen SCVs as well. I think it was worth it. We maybe could have tried with a few less, but killing a ghost is always worth it. Especially when you have, I want to say Mixu's bank, but hey, don't forget about the piggy bank though, guys. He's truly saving that for when he's out of options. We now have a couple of tanks in the mix again too. This really is a silly best of 5 at this point between these two. Every game feels like it's been going on forever. The shortest game was the 2 base all-in that never stopped on Cosmic Sapphire. There's still some mining left. I was worried about planning in 2 TVZs, but I was like, it's gonna be fine. Sometimes they are a bit shorter. Well, not today. With 27 Broodlords and 7 Infestors, I do still feel that this is Mixu's game to lose, especially because he can still mine this entire base out. And it may not be a full base, but Cuckoo does not have his hands on a little emergency fund like that. The Federal Reserve of Moondance, completely untouched. Take notes, America. Ooh, stock Tor, by the way, that's big. That is army. Ooh, that's painful, man. That is army supply you obviously want to have when it comes to the game deciding fight. This is, I think this is going to be very hard for Cuckoo to run into. I don't know if Cuckoo is even thinking about like potentially base trading this Lurkers, Broodlords. Another ghost. Oh, come on. 29 goals and a dream. Scan goes down. We see the lurkers. There are some vipers in the mix. We're going to try to land a couple of snipes. And we'll pick off the first few lurkers. But definitely not all of them. Big Daddy Thor cannot save that armory. Fungals coming in from the left side. And I don't think that Cuckoo was quite aware of that. These are some really big fungals. That is an insane amount of Broodlords. And with fungals like this, I do think this is going to be the end of a very long but a proper exciting best of 5 between these two. Mixu was a lot more careful this time around, was a lot more patient, and he is going to bring it home with a 3-1 victory over Cuckoo. That was a great fight, great positioning on the Infestors, and he finally got the fungals that sweet Zerg baby dreams are made of. And I think we can agree that this one is all over. And that means we can get ready for our next best of 5. I will give you guys a prediction and try to fire that one up as quickly as possible. As it will be. This store, by the way. PvP between Harstem and a Trigger. It's going to be a fun one. Was a very good battle, I think, between Cuku and Mixu. An excellent start to our big brain bouts. Perhaps a few too many long games, but it was good. It was a good StarCraft 2 entertainment. And this was just the opening match of the evening. We have 3 more. Cuckoo's mom did not raise a quitter, so he's going to try to make some magic happen, but at this point I would not be upset if he waves the white flag. Sometimes you have a bit of hope as a Terran that the Zerg is really broke, and you're like, a few snipes is all I need, but if this is the army that's left, you have to know that a few snipes is not all you need. It would have been okay with leaving this one, but Cuckoo on some serious hopium. Yeah, I think everyone is only human. And I think this also goes back to Maru back then, playing in the DreamHack Masters Valencia against Dark. People are like, why doesn't he do the exact same thing as he does against Rainer? I think it's very hard to play 10 games like that. You can play 1 or 2 or 3, but doing it every single game and being perfect, I think that kind of sucks. Cuckoo on his absolute last hopium is going to try to land, I don't know, the snipes of a lifetime, but he just doesn't have enough ghosts anymore. Losing that army was an army that he cannot replace. Look at the units lost. We had 3 resources separated there, guys. After a 32-minute game, we were 3 resources separated. Let's go ahead and end it, Mixu. I understand that Mixu is like, I'd rather be safe than sorry, but yeah, it is. It's as close as it could be when it comes to the units lost resource tab. You can really see that the man who had all the bases is paying off, and this is definitely going to do it. Even if we land 1,000,000 snipes, there is not enough ghost energy to take out all these Broodlords. And Mixu will be the winner of our opening best of 5 of the evening after a 33-minute game on Moondance. I'm going to go ahead and take a very quick break, and after that I'll be back with the PvP between Harstem and Trigger. I'll set up the prediction. I'll see you guys soon. Alrighty, I am ready for the next best of 5. I do have an update for you guys that I will cover as soon as we start this one. I think the boys are ready. Yep. Ready when you guys are. EU, NA, coin toss. Careful. Alright. Alright. Second best of 5. Now, I still didn't have time to get my graphic, but it's all good. The little update that I have for you guys is that I gave Heromarine and Showtime the green light to play their best of 5 whenever they want. If they don't want to wait until all of this is over, I said you guys can play off stream. Send me the replays. Obviously, send me 5 games, regardless of the outcome. Nobody will know the score besides Gabe and Showtime. I think that is slightly better than potentially keeping them around till 1 a.m. That's not the experience I want to give them. And if literally nobody knows the outcomes and the games are like 90 minutes old, I don't think that takes away any of the hype. Well, thank you very much, Elazer TL, and thank you, Frank Thunder, for the Prime and down for the 27 months. Let's go ahead and enjoy our second best of 5 of the night. In the top left side of Cosmic Sapphire, we're looking at the main base of the latest recruit, and at this point, the only player of the organization that is making the big brain bouts possible. Friday night entertainment for you guys. This is Basilisk Gaming Trigger. Woohoo! Is this his very first ever official best of 5 under the Basilisk Gaming tag? Maybe he has played in something yesterday, but it has to be one of the very first ones ever. In the bottom right side, he's going up against a fan favorite. We obviously know his great YouTube channel. Somebody said he dropped a new hot video today, but he's also still a phenomenal StarCraft 2 player. This is the captain, the Dutch Brodels, Shopify Rebellions, Harstem. I almost called him Team Liquid Harstem there, but those days are gone. Whew. That was a 2-hour best of 5 after an absolutely crazy best of 9 WTL match. I am I'm not having an easy Friday, but I'm having a very fun Friday. I do think it is officially time to have a cheeky one. Friday night gaming. I think we can have a beer. As a 35-year-old man, I think I'm allowed to have a beer on the Friday night. Some people think it's outrageous. I think it's acceptable. Cheers, guys. To StarCraft, to Friday night entertainment, to all of you guys being here, and hopefully a few more awesome best of 5s. Congratulations, Mixu. Mixu and Cuku, please send me your PayPals and I will forward them. So the main reason why, by the way, I went for Trigger versus Harstem is that a while ago, when I started talking to the Basilisk Gaming guys, they asked me, are there any hot up-and-coming players that, you know, are not maybe ultra well taken care of or, you know, would be interested in joining a new organization and there is a lot of potential? And I was like, yes, there is a Canadian Protoss called Trigger. I was like, I feel like this kid, he's a sweet kid, he's motivated, he plays a lot, and I actually feel that he's getting better and better. Right after we had that conversation, he played 4 series against Harstem, and he went 7-1 in maps in those 4 series against Harstem. So I really don't think that could have been timed any better. And I obviously think that kind of set the record and set a little bit of a story for this best of 5 tonight to see if Harstem can get his revenge or, yeah, if that Trigger domination will continue when these two duke it out. I do think Cav is pretty fired up to obviously get a point on the board. As a player, if you're on a losing streak, you may not take care of every single game, but at one point you will know that that guy has been getting the best of you. I have that too when I play Elazer, where I'm like, man, I've lost 4, 5, or 6 times in a row right now against this individual. I'm sure Harstem knew that too. So let's see how this one will play out. In my eyes, this really is very 50-50. Like, I think Harstem overall is still the slightly better player, but I think Trigger has very good PvP. This is on Europe. The way we do it in this best of 5 is Europe, NA, Europe, NA. And if it goes all 5 games, I will do a virtual coin toss on Google, and I will decide hometown server. Well, home advantage. We have an Oracle of Harstem flying into the main base of Trigger, but Trigger, his units are in the correct spot. Kills a sentry. Live games, yep. I show you guys the lobbies. These games are as live as they could be. The only thing that will probably not be live tonight, Toinkas, Protostas. The only games that will probably not be live tonight is the main event, because that first best of 5 was so freaking long that I don't want to ask Heromarine and Showtime to stay up till potentially 1 a.m. to then play a best of 5. I actually think that will only make the games worse. So I told those guys, if they want to play their games right now, they can, off stream. Send me the replays, send me 5 replays regardless, and then it's okay. Elazer and Kelazhur are going to have a long night, but hopefully they will forgive me. Because like, that is the thing as well, right? Like if it's a PvP and then a PvT, then I'm like, you know, maybe we can still do Gape against Showtime live. But Elazer Kelazhur has, let's just say, some late game potential. So I didn't want to do that to Gape and Showtime. I think we can all live with that decision. We had a few more messages coming in as we have the first Stalkers of Trigger moving to the other side of the map with Blink. So far, obviously, a very even game. Losing a sentry sucks, but a Stargate and an Oracle is an investment. Mate, don't worry, Artanis. Don't worry. But yes, I did ask that. We have a Stalker battle here. Harstem is totally fine, especially being able to micro near his own battery. If there is one thing that I've noticed very often of Trigger in the past is that that man likes to kill his own Stalkers, obviously by accident. But I feel like sometimes he plays too fast for his own good, where he blinks and then he snipes one of his own units immediately. Guys, he is committed, man. He is committed. He's making a prison before they expand. He's definitely, in a very even game, he's now putting himself in a bit of a dicey spot. And I think if the captain just keeps on building units, I think Harstem is going to be fine in game 1. Trigger is trying his luck, loses another Stalker. Harstem has done a very good job. Even drops the Revelation there to kill the Observer. Well done by Harstem. Yeah. Well, Harstem is bulletproof here. Harstem is bulletproof here in game 1. I have a hard time believing that Trigger is going to be able to make the difference. It's 4 gates against 3, but Harstem has extra gateways finishing up. Game 1, unless something really crazy happens, it should be a Harstem victory. Trigger does have a lot of units here. Now it really just comes down to micro, but then against battery overcharge, you need to kill the battery. If you want to stick around, you need to kill the battery. He does not kill the battery. I mean, that was not a bad trade by Trigger, obviously, and a couple of probes falling too. I like that stasis trap, but nice forward blink. Waits until battery overcharge has run out. Will Trigger still find a way to win this game with all these Stalkers? He warps in a couple of extra. Reinforcements are on the way. Harstem is pulling all the probes. There is another battery finishing up. Trigger still has a little advantage when it comes to the Stalker count, and he has now killed 11 probes, so at least this game is going to be relatively even. Gets another Stalker back from that stasis trap. What a fight. What a fight. Now, in the end, maybe we're overstaying our welcome a little bit, but he probably feels that whatever he's got done so far, it's not enough yet, and he needs more. Man, that was close. That was really, really, really close. Great micro on both sides. Harstem blinks forward. Cannot get those Stalkers. Wow. Wow. In the end, Trigger has lost 10 Stalkers more, but he did end up killing 12 probes and obviously a battery too. He's down in upgrades. And now Harstem has a Big Daddy Immortal. And has charge already. And has +1 already. Trigger is just going to go up to 4 bases. So a much later third. But he's going up to 4 bases at the same time. PvP I think is awesome. I love PvP. I'm definitely down to schedule a ZVZ next week too. I think ZVZ is a fun matchup that we don't see enough of. The one that you probably won't see in the first 4 weeks is the TVT, guys. Like TVT best of 3, TVT best of 5, unless it's, I don't know, like Clem Gabe or something, but I don't know about that. I kind of enjoy every single matchup in the game, but TVT can be a bit of a drag. Especially because I feel like games often end with the first Raven fight, or then nothing happens for 12 minutes. It's not quite my cup of tea. Trigger definitely did a lot of damage and kind of feels that he's probably back into it. Army supplies are dead even. Harstem has a lot of low HP stalkers from the previous fight. That is something to keep in mind. The moment that the shields run out, they are 1 or 2 hits away from dying. Trigger very good in finding the decisive traps, but the zealot count here absolutely favors Harstem. We are even in the upgrades. There is a war prism in the back, warping in a couple of extra zealots. It feels that Harstem should be fine here, and that Oracle is still alive too. Zealots going down. I mean, we have a couple of extra zealots coming in for the captain. And I do think that the captain has done what he is looking for. He now can get that prism. And if he gets the prism, he gets the immortal. If he gets the immortal, obviously there is nothing left to do for Trigger other than retreat. But he's down an upgrade. Harstem has successfully made it now all the way up to +2. While Trigger is still working with +1. And on top of that, we have a Templar Archives. I mean, this game looked one-sided and Trigger made it close. But I think now we can safely say that the captain representing the Shopify Rebellion is going to run away with the first game here between these two. I don't think there's really anything that Trigger can do anymore. Economically behind in army supply and behind an upgrade. Good luck, have fun. At this point there, you can't obviously transition anymore. There's just not enough time. But the one thing I would do if I was Trigger right now is not make Zealots, but actually only make Stalkers, because that is like your only hope ever. Because Archons can really suck against Stalkers sometimes, but the Zealots of Trigger are not going to be in high enough numbers to make life hard on these 4 blue Archons. Well, red Archons rather. Normally I call them the big blue ball, but I guess they are red in this case. Harstem will take the victory here in Game 1. That is inevitable. GG gets called, but this was on the European server. Game 2 will be played on NA. And that means that Trigger is going to have a little advantage there. And obviously PvP is very weird on our current map pool, because there's a lot of maps with ramps going into it. This is one of the few maps that does not have a ramp going into the natural. Toot toot toot. Oh, gaming is now Comeback TV. If you Google Comeback TV, you will find that. I am gonna go ahead and see if I can find Trigger and Harstem for Game 2. Hi, I'm here. Map. Need to make sure I host the right map. So we're gonna do a little bit of server hopping here from Europe to NA, from Europe to NA. He wants to play on Inside and Out. We can do that. Create with mod. WCS Game Heart. US East. That seems correct. Go. Both players ready. No time to waste for these guys. I have a few things I need to address, and I will do that real soon. Happy to see you're still live and running. Well, I feel like we've been here for 11 years, and we're not going anywhere soon. Did I eat? No, I did not eat. I was planning on eating between WTL and the big brain bouts. I was like, you know, I should have like 20, 30, if not an hour, 20, 30 minutes or an hour. Honestly, I thought that was only going to last like 2.5 hours, but in the end, it went all the way up to 8 p.m. and that's when this started. So, no, I did not eat other than a bit of cornflakes in the morning, but I have more hamburgers tonight, so it's all good. In the bottom left side of Inside and Out, now playing at his server advantage. We're looking in the main base of our Canadian Protoss player representing Basilisk Gaming, the organization behind this Friday night entertainment. This is Trigger. And I wanted to address this. Ributo said, I would love to see weekly SC2 event every Friday evening. Well, that's the plan behind the big brain bouts. We're going to do this at least 4 Fridays in a row. And after that, we'll, reevaluate, see how you guys like it, see how the pros like it, see how I like it. But yeah, everybody likes it. There's a good chance we'll continue. In the top right side of Inside and Out, we are looking at the main base of our Dutch Protoss player. He's up 1-0, trying to set the record straight after hitting a rough patch against his opponent. This is Harstem, of course, representing the Shopify Rebellion. Ooh, that's gotta suck, guys. That's gotta suck. So Trigger goes for Pylon on the low ground, Gateway on the low ground, but Harstem is not able to block the Nexus. Now, this is a bit problematic, because normally it's normal that, okay, one gate, you make a Zealot, you kill the Pylon, maybe you kill a Cybernetic Core block if that happens. But if your opponent has a Nexus this quick, I really wonder what Harstem does here. Because in my eyes, if you do nothing, you lose. I honestly think you just lose here if you do nothing. So I kind of feel like you're forced to go for some sort of a one base all-in. Or somehow trick your opponent into really making them believe it's a one base all-in. Making them overreact, and then you expand much, much, much later. And you can still make a game out of it, but this, to me, on paper, looks very bad for the Dutchman. Very, very, very bad. I think anyone who still plays a lot of PvP in this day and age has been in this spot where you have double gate on the high ground and your opponent has a Nexus before a Cybercore. And sadness takes over for me personally. Harstem is still just going to expand, but this is tough, man. Trigger is gonna go for a Robo, because he probably feels like this is too, like life is just too good to be true right now. My opponent needs to all in me, because if my opponent doesn't all in me, I am so far ahead. My Nexus is done before you have even started the Nexus. So the Robo is kind of smart. Harstem actually still has a probe in the main base. If I was Trigger right now, I'd be very nervous. There's a Pylon here. 4 Stalkers could go for the battery here. 4 Stalkers could go for the battery. Trigger actually sending away 1 Stalker there. That's a bit painful. Battery number 2 is going to finish up though. This has to be a bit scary for Trigger, but in the end it is good enough. And he also takes away high ground vision. Still though, a 6 worker advantage. I actually would have loved to see Harstem play Phoenix. If you know your opponent is going for a Robo rather than a Stargate, I actually think Phoenix would be very, very good. But I know. This is where people say, you always go Phoenix, Roddy. You think they're always very good. I know. I mean, there's a reason why I've been building them for 11 years straight. But I'm not the only one. Yes, Ributo. I just addressed it as well, mate. This is 4 weeks in a row. So we're going to do it at least for 4 weeks. Next week, we have 4 more best of 5s. Once more, $500 on the line. But after that, we'll see. But at least for 4 weeks, you're going to have weekly Friday night entertainment. It is my tourney. It's my idea. I'm Dana White. I'm the matchmaker. The only thing I'm not doing is putting up the money. That's all Basilisk Gaming. Now, we kind of came up with it together, but I obviously pushed this idea because I really like you can obviously run random events, right? Oh, here's a bracket, everybody sign up. But I think it's always very hit or miss. And when I can just handpick the matches and I can be a bit creative, I feel like we can create fun, competitive StarCraft and build it up like a fight night, make the matches get hopefully better over time and throughout the night. So I just really like this idea, and I feel like we haven't seen enough of this. Harstem is getting a couple of extra gateways, going up to 3 bases. He's got charge on the way. Trigger with 2 Immortals is feeling safe enough to expand himself. This has to feel a little bit uncomfortable for Trigger, because at this point, your army is not very mobile. I hope he's going to check that base too. It's very important information. 2 Adepts, keeping Trigger busy. This is actually a bit risky to chase these 2 Adepts with your entire army. Harstem is going to set up a gateway, guys, because I think Harstem at this point knows Oh my god, Rico is being used as well. That means we're terribly out of position. I mean, the captain is making some great plays here with just 2 adepts, and they're finding damage. These adepts are finding damage, force the recall, and somehow catch Trigger terribly out of position. But Harstem is almost like, you know what, I don't even want to kill this Nexus yet. I'm going to attack you with like 12 Zealots with charge. And Trigger is going to have a hard time dealing with that, because right now the power of Trigger's army are these 2 Immortals. The Immortals are the power units, but they fall off if it's all about the Zealots. And that's why he's going to try to rush into a Templar Archives. But I have the feeling that Harstem is going to hit before the Templar Archives is done. Trigger knows what kind of storm is coming. But this is basically you walking outside with a little umbrella. And there is a tropical rainstorm heading your way. And there is water in the streets. And it's going up. There are waves crashing into you. You're standing there with your umbrella. What are you going to do? Being battery overcharged is good. Maybe your umbrella can form a 360 balloon around you. But force fields go down. I feel that Harstem has so much potential here. And Trigger needs the hold of a lifetime. I love that move there by Harstem. Just run into the natural. Take out the battery. Trigger is in trouble. Trigger is in all sorts of trouble. Harstem still keeping a couple of Zealots on the right side too. A few of them were misrallied. I feel that Harstem could have gone for the Robo, but he goes for a couple pylons instead. I mean, Trigger knows that if he tries to defend his natural, he walks into his surround. Zealots are coming in from each and every single angle, taking a fight on the ramp of the main base too. Battery overcharge is definitely going to be activated here. Yes, no, maybe. Nope. Does not, but maybe tiny chance. Feels that Harstem is derping there a little bit. Probes somehow, some of them still alive, but I mean, the amount of damage that has been dealt is already sick. Now, Trigger once more is going to get surrounded. If I'm Harstem, I blink forward. Harstem, he's stuck here behind those 2 Zealots, so he loses all the units to the top side, but he still has, I want to say, a decent amount of units left. I mean, good effort by Trigger, but maybe good enough? I mean, he's actually taking the supply lead for the first time. Jeez Louise. We're down 23 probes, but the fact that we are not straight up ultra dead is impressive. We're still kind of dead. We're on life support right now. I'm going to build a couple probes at a time. I mean, really impressive hold, but then someone is like, is it a hold though? Isn't he dead? Like, yeah, he's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble. But the fact that the game is not over yet, that does impress me. He actually played that out very well. Has a little army supply lead, has an upgrade advantage, has Archons before Harstem. Harstem doesn't have too many assimilators, but he's going to take 3rd and 4th one right now. Obviously, he's going up to 4 bases too. It's not looking great. But the fact that he somehow hang in there, I'm impressed. Yeah, he definitely knows about the proxy gate. He had an observer. Well, still has an observer. Right on top of it. But he's afraid, I think, to move out right now and get swarmed by 20 more Zealots. Or be out of position, right? I mean, the supplies are pretty damn close. And Trigger has once more been able to get up to like a reasonable economy. Right, the storm. Well, that's what we're doing. Turns out an umbrella is all you need sometimes. I wonder if this is a game where we could go up to disrupt this. It's 4 Archons against 4 Archons. Harstem has a 10 Zealot advantage and also has 2 Immortals more. The only thing that Trigger really has is the upgrade advantage. He's going Blink now. Not sure how I feel about Blink here. Harstem wiped in a couple Zealots with a low HP pylon. Fighting near batteries could get very risky for Harstem, especially if he's down an upgrade. Like right now, he might click on these units, be like, it's 1-1 against 1-1. But if a fight actually is going to take place, Trigger will have the upgrade advantage. The proxy pylon that lives forever. Harstem is enjoying a 26 army supply advantage. Archon count is arguably the most important here. It's 5 against 5. Harstem is just enjoying a 17 or 18 zealot advantage over his opponent. Harstem is now indeed going to drop the second Robo in the Robo Bay. Trigger might feel that maxing out on 3 bases and then A-moving and hoping for a magical fight is his best chance, but he's going to fire a +3. I don't think that would have been the play. I'm just playing it very safe on Immortal. I'm going to say he's going to get caught. Harstem is going to split off a couple of Zealots. I mean, batteries are so important here. I love that cannon and the battery too. Can Trigger survive one more Tropical Rainstorm? That's kind of the big question. He's trying to debate Harstem into a bad fight, but Harstem wasn't born last night. He knows that army movement ain't right. Very good defense once more against the Zealots that were split off. Archon count 7 against 6, but Harstem is the one going in to disrupt this first, though. And we all know that Harstem is a bit of a disruptor god. He's incredibly good with those units. And he's also not just throwing away everything here at once. Okay, Trigger feels that maybe this is now. If you want to fight Trigger, you need to move forward. Oh, I feel like so many Archons are stuck in the back. I don't hate the idea of going for that fight with +2 against +1. But if you want to go for it, you need to attack, move forward, attack, move forward, attack, move forward, like the Terran players always do. Now half of his army was derping in the back. And Harstem will kind of be okay with all of this, because he's like, alright man, double Robo, 2 Disruptors at a time. Gonna warp in a couple of Zealots in the top left side. He's doing good. Even if the supply is getting closer right now, and you may think it's nice for Trigger that he's going to get his own 4-base economy, Disruptors are going to be beyond godlike here. And I'm afraid that there is very little to do here for Trigger. Like, his army, you can't really split properly against Disruptors. Battery overcharge is good. First few Novas fly forward. Good splits, all things considered, but maybe you gotta absolutely send it right now. Trigger is just losing a lot of supply. Harstem has a good old, very big Protoss army, and in roughly 10 seconds, these Disruptors are able to fire again. He's been ahead for a long time. Probably thought he was gonna end the game with the Stalkers and the Zealots, but it's a good thing for Harstem that he's not stubborn. He's still transitioned into 4 bases, into Archons, and then into Disruptors. And just like that, the captain will take a 2-0 lead as we are heading back into the European server. Thank you to the Basilisk Research Group for gifting a subby to Kev FPS, who has been cheering hard for Trigger. But so far in this best of 5, it's all been the captain. I'm going to just switch back to the European server quickly. Could be a bit of jitters as well. You know, for Trigger, obviously representing Basilisk Gaming on the very first edition of the Big Brain Bouts. I don't know. He's obviously still young. Harstem has way more experience. I want to show you guys just for a split second. So, historically, it's been 8. Like, actually, they never played a lot against each other until what I saw recently. I said it was 7-1, but apparently it was a 7-0 streak that a Trigger was on against Harstem. And I saw all these games, and I was like, holy smokes, what's happening? It's safe to say that the captain is here, ready to set things straight. Yeah, that's why I selected this game, Gobis. I saw those games. Now, a couple of them were played very late, like at 3 a.m. and stuff, but I think winning that many games in a row is very impressive. But Harstem says enough is enough. So I think, I don't know who has the map choice now. It's decisive. Create with mod. Where are you? WCS game art. The captain. I guess Trigger will invite him. Alright, both players are ready. I'm just gonna go ahead and fire this one up immediately. Match point already for the Flying Dutchman. Thank you, NC2 Taishu, for the 66 months. We are hopping into Data C. In the top right side, we're looking at the main base of the man that is representing the lovely organization that is making this event possible. Chat, give it up for Basilisk Gaming. They're in the chat as well. They do have a Twitter account. You know, Goblin, since today you weren't that great in the WTL, if you could do me a massive favor and just find the Twitter account of Basilisk Gaming and put it in the chat a couple times, I'll be very happy. Demoted to Waterboy. This is Basilisk Gaming's trigger. Thank you, Gavis. We'll bring it up on the screen as well. In the bottom left side, we're looking at the main base of the man who said, all right, matey, you won 7 games in a row. Well, you put a couple dollars on the line, and I'll show you what a veteran is made of. This is the good old Shopify Rebellion's Harstem. You guys know him for being handsome, tall, great streamer, great YouTube content creator, and a 2016, not once, but double StarCraft 2 Premier Tournament champion. Trigger is once more going for Pylon on the low ground and Gateway on the low ground, as Harstem will stick to double gate on the high ground. That is a change in Harstem's gameplay. He hasn't been necessarily doing this lately. I know over the last few weeks a bit more again, but there was a time that Harstem was pretty much always going Pylon, Gateway, low ground too, so... Maybe he felt that that kind of PvP was just not quite his cup of tea, and that's why he's gone back to this. It's okay, Colbus. Tomorrow I'll make sure that I'm the water boy again. You just make me proud tomorrow and I won't ask you to post links in the chat anymore. Let's go. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subbies there. Curious Mountain Crawler. That reminds me of my terrifying dream, where I had to throw hamburgers and french fries at little crabmans from House of the Dragon. I don't know how I got there, guys, but we got there. My brother is writing me, and I do want to take a look at that quickly. Because earlier, there was a very confusing question about what the dogs were eating. Ah, okay. It's just a picture. My brother, the Giga Chat. Ah, he's wearing the shirt I got for him as well. That's nice. It's nice when presents are appreciated. My brother is currently in Wisconsin. Actually, no, he's now in Illinois again. He's on a journey, and it's his first time ever in America, so he's loving it, and he's sending me pictures and updates non-stop. I was thinking of joining him, but then we already planned on doing this for the first Friday, well, the second Friday of this month. And I didn't really want to postpone this for a week, and then on top of that, Lino, my German friend, also scheduled his train to come back to Zuidland on Sunday, and I would feel bad for him to have to change his journey too. So I couldn't join my brother, but I'm loving the pictures and the updates. It's a good thing, Irene. There's a good chance that next summer I'll send you and Kev an invite. Come to the Brilse Maas once, and you will be very happy that my brother went to Illinois. You have a great day, I promise you that. But we'll talk more about that later, as Harstem is going to switch things up. And he's going to just bring back the 4-gate. But it's not a good old 1-base 4-gate. It's 4-gate Blink Stalker, 1 base all in. Harstem had enough of this 1-gate fast expand meta. He said, Max Packs, you're annoying me, mate. I don't like it. And in this case, it's not Max Packs, but it's Trigger. And he's just going to go ahead and try to end it. And Trigger's battery is actually a little bit late. He's going to struggle, man. We're going to build a Void Ray, but I actually think that Basilisk Gaming's Trigger is in all sorts of trouble here, as Harstem kills a Stalker too, and that is bad news for Trigger. You guys may think Stalker for a Stalker is not bad, right? It is, because Trigger does not have the same production as Harstem does. It's 1 gateway, 1 Stargate, against a man with 4 gateways. Blink, 85% done. It's all about the Void Ray, guys. We really have to keep our Void Ray alive. Obviously, if the Void Ray count ever manages to go up, there is hope. Now, Harstem is on the clock. Make no mistake, we're going to pull the probes. Prismatic alignment still active. Salad gets picked off. Force fields go down. I mean, with every second that goes by, I will start believing in Trigger more and more here. I kind of like the Zealot, because the Zealot can really discourage Harstem from going for the YOLO blink on top of everything and trying to one-shot everything. Okay, I don't like the Zealot if we're microing it like this, but obviously we're under a lot of pressure. Harstem picks off a Sentry. Harstem picks off a Stalker. That Stasis Trap. Harstem is probably going to try to activate that with... Oh, he knows about it. He's just going to suck. You know, it's not even that bad to have a Harstem, a Stalker that's stuck, because that Stalker is your permanent high ground vision. It basically gives him a lovely scout, snipes the Oracle, Trigger is forced to pull the probes again. We do have 2 batteries. We use prismatic alignment on both. Void Rays, we blink forward, battery overcharge. Can it make the difference? It wasn't healing the right unit there. I'm afraid for Trigger that it's not going to make the difference. Harstem is going to disengage, and Harstem will be very, very eager to straight up end this. As we pick up a Zealot, there's the forward blink. Second Void Ray goes down. Harstem lost 7 games in a row before this best of 5 started against Trigger. But he says, all right, mate, that was back then. I'm a new man. I've done some analysis at TSO 9. And you're a great up-and-comer, amigo. But I'm the captain. I'm the veteran. And I will take care of business tonight. And that is going to be all C-Road for a second best of 5. Well done by Harstem, turning things around. Snapping that streak, the negative streak that he was on, from 0-7 to a very clean and convincing 3-0. Well done by Harstem. And obviously for Trigger, it's a learning moment. These things happen. I can definitely imagine that he felt a little bit of pressure representing Basilisk Gaming here for the first time in the big Brain Bouts. I think we all know that Trigger has a lot of potential and he's got a very bright future ahead of him. Won't be the last time we see him. And it's probably not even the last time we see him on the Friday night. But for tonight, it is. GG's. And that means that we can get ready for Kelazhur versus Elazer. I do not see them. I am on the European server. Cool. I am going to see if I can find those two. Where are you? Kala. Hey. Yes, it was Europe and a Europe. So Harstem did win on Europe twice. But when Trigger won his series against Harstem in the past, those games were often played on Europe as well. All right. What is stream? Being at here. All right, Kelazhur and Elazer are ready to rumble. I will first give you guys a little bit of an update. Kelazhur, Elazer. These two have been playing a lot with each other recently. Kelazhur got a 3-0 over Elazer in one of the Wadi events, got a 2-0 over him in a TSL qualifier, got a 2-1 in a different qualifier. But right before that, Elazer knocked Kelazhur out of the DreamHack Masters Valencia offline event and also got the best of him in a weekly. All of these series were relatively recent. I mean, this one's a bit longer ago, but this all happened somewhat close to each other. So I thought it'd be very fun to see these two duke it out one more time. A couple of the games were epic. And also, Diego right now on a 5-0 streak against Miko. I'm sure Miko is very eager to turn that around. So I'm going to go ahead and take a little break. After that, I'll be back with a TVZ, the co-main event of the evening. I'll give you guys a prediction too. Hello, lads. Alrighty, we're gonna kick things off on Waterfall. And then Data C. Waterfall, where are you? Need somebody. Alrighty. As you guys know, I am a big MMA fan, and I've kind of missed all the chaos that has been... Well, I saw the chaos a little bit of the press conference yesterday, but apparently now the fight is not even happening, because Hamzat missed weight by 8 pounds? What is that? What is that? Like, this event series is kind of inspired by MMA, because I feel like I'm Sean Shelby over here, where I can just make all my matchups. Alright, players are ready. I'm ready. It's going to be a fun best of 5 between these two. The co-main of the evening. But apparently things are changing in the UFC as well. So in case we ever have a player drop out on these fight nights or big brain bouts, just know that it apparently happens on a bigger scale too. That's wild, man. I'm going to go ahead and consume all that content later tonight. But for now, we have 2 more best of 5s to go. In the top right side, we are looking at the main base of our Brazilian, but also Dutch Terran player at this point. This is Team Liquid's Kelazhur, who's on a lovely little streak against his opponent in the bottom left side, the Elazer, the handsome, and at this point, veteran as well. Team Liquid 2, this is Elazer. I think Zerg's veto stargazers in this day and age, Gubbers. After they saw what Maru did to Raynor, I think Zergs prefer vetoing Stargazer over Waterfall. Dutch and Brazilian at the same time, how? Well, Kelazhur is obviously Brazilian, but I think he also, I don't know if one of his parents is American or not, but basically Kelazhur has lived a very interesting life. Born in Brazil, grew up in Florida, moved back to Brazil, then... moved to Asia for a while, where he obviously played in a bunch of events, and eventually settled in the Netherlands to study here. And in this day and age, he lives in Tilburg, which is I want to say in the center of the country, but it's kind of like in the bottom, but it's not quite, I don't know. Somewhere in the mid-south, if that makes any sense. The Netherlands is small, but that's where Kelazhur lives. And he's happy, and he will probably stay here for a long time. He's obviously part of Team Liquid, which have their headquarters in the Netherlands. And I've been meeting Kelazhur a fair bit lately. He's a great guy, and he seems to be happy. He has a Bulgarian girlfriend in the Netherlands. They live together. He studies in Tilburg too. He seems to be doing good. And I gotta say, he also looks better than ever. I mean, Miko is obviously a workout beast. He goes for a run each and every single day. But every single time I see Diego, he looks better and better. Life feels unfair. Yeah, the barracks on the low ground is kind of interesting. So we still just go Reaper, fast expand into a factory, but we're walling off on the low ground. Not something we normally see, but I don't know. We'll see where he goes with it. This is a best of 5 that could go on for a long, long time. Oh, yeah. Almost get a drone kill. So we're going to take it a bit easy in the beginning. Oh, that grenade was sick, actually. I love the grenade where he threw it not on the drone, but towards the place where the drone would most likely go, trying to block the spore. It didn't work out, but I loved it. That was good. Our first TVZ was obviously pretty freaking epic between Cuckoo and Mixu. My boy Cuckoo did write up an essay on Battle.net after the series was over. He was not happy with the way that he played today, but it's all good, Cuckoo. Tomorrow is a brand new day. New day of WTL. That's a nice thing, I think, right now for the guys. Even when they have a disappointment, tomorrow they can set the record straight. And even if tomorrow doesn't go well, in less than 2 weeks, DreamHack qualifiers. And then Cuckoo can make himself very proud. I like how Baby Marine has been active in chat for the last 6 hours. He's like, Roddy, talk about me. I was the hero, right? Yes, you were, mate. Okay, Kelazhur's Reaper does end up killing a drone, but he loses the Reaper in the end. Still a drone, though. You were amazing, Brabba. Harstem did win. Harstem won 3-0. And some people may say like, oh, that's not too surprising, but in my eyes, it kind of is. Not that Harstem won, but the 3-0 I think is a bit surprising because Trigger is very good and was in a 7-map streak win against Harstem. I mean, that's what I'm going for, Albino Spider. I will set up a channel in my Discord tonight where I will give roles to any player that's above 5,500. And then they can let me know if they are available next Friday. And then I can just kind of pick players like that. I think it's a fun idea. It's a Marauder Hellion opening here, guys. So Kelazhur is going to bring some fire and fury very early on into this game. Elazer is not particularly known for his Overlord scouting. He did lose one already, I guess, to the Viking. I hope for Elazer that he's going to pick up on this. But with only queens and links, he could be in trouble. I did not. I watched a big amount of StarCraft. We have a Baneling that's going down right now, but the recorded YouTube content is not really for me. But I'm glad that so many of you guys like it. I think it's good for the scene. But yeah, we all have the things that we love in life. And in general, I don't watch too much StarCraft on YouTube. Unless it's the GSL, obviously, because I have no choice. I'm more of a Twitch guy. I hashtag bleed purple, guys. Sell out! Alright, here we go. Marauders have concussive shells, and there is an armory done as well. So Hellions can morph into Hellbats. But if you want to do that, he is going to do that right now. It's very far away. That is going to be a fun fight. With 0 Banelings, it's going to be very, very, very hard. One queen gets slowed down, but we are going to save it for now. Queen falls. Second queen is in a bit of trouble. We're morphing 8 Banelings. Are we morphing all of them in the same spot? Yes, we do. In the main base. That means that this base is in trouble, though. And these queens could be in trouble, too. Banelings are done right now. We're going to take a look at this from Kelazhur's point of view. Oh, the drones so clumped up. The drones are clumped up, and here come the Banelings. Here come the Banes, and the Banes should get some very good connections. They will settle for a couple of Hellbats at the bottom. Still plenty of Hellbats remain, but the medevac has gone down. It's a good hold by Elazer in the end. That could have been a whole lot worse than what it turned out to be. How many queens did we lose? Only 2. Yeah, that was actually good, eh? I think in the end that was actually good. With all these Hellbats clumped up and the Banelings getting some dream connections there, that was actually good. I think indeed that Kelazhur could have gotten way more there because Elazer wasn't quite ready for it. Means we still have a game. Elazer was floating 1200 minerals during all of that, but yeah, obviously the queens were busy and he probably did not feel that dropping hatcheries on that specific moment was necessarily the right call. Well, now I think Kelazhur is going to have a hard time getting the third base up, but we'll see. It's not that Elazer has too many units left over, and you obviously don't want to be too aggressive as a Zerg of a relatively weak economy, because that could really backfire. One happy little Ling is going to give Elazer the heads up that Kelazhur is mining of 3 bases, so he has a good feel for the timing. And obviously for Elazer goes kind of the same, right? He's on a 5-game losing streak against Kelazhur in a competitive environment. That's a lot of libs early on, by the way. What's that all about? You don't normally see 3 liberators this early. Somehow with this skin, they look freaking massive too. Or maybe I have just officially been casting for too long today that I think everything looks weird, but these look thick, no? Some big booty libs over here. Don't think we're going to get too much done with it. All right, are you guys ready for Cuckoo Mixu round 2? To be fair, that was a pretty epic game. I think it was a long one, but it was really good because the supplies just gradually went down, and it really came down to find a few resources. The map was never mined out. It was a good one. Triple lip is very hard to engage for queens, as we do have links. Oh, these are still slow banelings, by the way. Still, I think we want to chill with slow banelings off creep. That tank on the high ground. Jeez Louise. Dikke hits, jongen. 14 kills already. And I think whatever Elazer had in mind to continue, I think he's going to have to disengage. Infestation Pit and Hydralisk then is going to go down as the Lip's going to siege up one more time. Single Lip is obviously no match for all these queens. Kelazhur making some magic happen with Marines in the center of the map. 69 drones against 75 drones. Seems like the game is just kind of stabilizing in the end. These Liberators will not live forever. Marines in a little bit of a pickle on the top left, but nice pickup there. Going up to 4 bases. 2 upgrades well on the way. No +2 melee on the way for Elazer, I guess. That is worth pointing out. After having +1 melee, we go for the missile attacks. Harstem is the creator of the Dikke hits, guys. Harstem is the one who started that during Nation Wars. The 2v2s with you thermal. You guys loved it. Stuck around ever since. I think Kelazhur is doing a pretty good job in keeping the creep at bay and not throwing away too many units. We have Marines on the left side. Just when I say he doesn't throw away too many units, he's trying to snipe Banelings there like he's Liquid Clam. I mean, not everyone can be Liquid Clam. Obviously, a good chance that Clam will make an appearance in one of these big brain bouts too. Now, Clam is a main event kind of guy, right? Let's be real. Today's main event is Heromarine against Showtime. If we get Clam a match, it needs to be competitive. Who missed weight today? Apparently, Hamzat missed weight by like 8 pounds. So it seems that that main event is cancelled. Which is obviously very sad. Yeah, 8 pounds is a ridiculous amount. It's like, at that point, did we even try? Nice snipe down on a couple of Banelings. Kelazhur feels sharp, doesn't he? Really, Ariam? That's so sad, mate. I'm sorry. That's really sad. That's a... Yeah, Nate against Tony, I think, would be a very fun fight. But that is definitely sad, though. Because I think watching Hamzat is super hype. Sorry, amigo. Can't always run good in life. Holland is actually fighting Hamzat? No way. Is that are they really doing that? Is that confirmed? Because that is actually still then very cool. Couple of Banelings connecting with the Marines here as +3 attack is on the way for Kelazhur. Yeah, the card might even be better than... That is interesting. Alright, well, I will be... Ooh, burrowed Banelings, guys! Mixu! Hello, Miko! A little late there. A little late there, right? Mixu did it better. We do have links surrounding the tanks. Couple of Banelings coming in from both angles, trying to connect with the SCVs. That does not quite happen. We have Hydras and Banelings. He burrowed more Banelings there. Elazer says, I can do it better. And he will do it better this time. I didn't even use all of them. That's so sick. And he's got more. Elazer! Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Burrowed Banelings left, right, and center. There's a reason why I hyped it up earlier tonight. Because he really is very good at this stuff, man. Elazer is the master of the booby trap, and just like that, it is 1-0 for Team Liquid's Elazer after a 30. And look at that bank, guys. Look at that bank. Wow. That was good stuff. Kelazhur was on a 5-game win streak against Elazer, but just like Harstem did in the previous series, Elazer will snap that winning streak immediately. I do think Kelazhur had a lot more potential with the Hellbat attack. And indeed, if he would have gone for the natural, like some of you guys mentioned in the chat, I think that would have been a lot harder for Elazer. Nobody beats Elazer 6 times in a row. It's damn right. So it's Data C. Sometimes I forget that I'm also the guy who sets up the lobbies. I just checked Strava and Elazer was actually playing that game during 25-kilometer run. At this point, I would not be surprised if Miko is playing these games on a standing desk and he has a treadmill underneath. That's how much that man is running. I feel like I'm losing weight just by watching Elazer's Instagram. Sound delay? There should not be any sound delay. All right. Good go. Kelazhur says he's ready. Elazer is ready. So before we hop into game 2, I will go ahead and run some ads just to play it safe. You guys are not missing anything important. But I do want to show you guys something else. This is, if you guys want to do me one favor. Wow. You know that sad moment, guys, where you're like, go ahead and follow Team Basilisk GG on Twitter. And I'm like, well, they actually don't follow me, guys. It's okay. Twitter sucks anyway, but some people like it. I don't care. I'm not hurt. But if you guys are enjoying this event, obviously, A, let them know, and B, a very cheap way, for free. If you have a Twitter account, go ahead and give Team Basilisk a follow, or well, Team Basilisk GG. I posted the link in the chat. We can do that one more time in a couple of minutes. And I'm sure that they will be happy. And I will be happy if you guys can do that for me. Let's get it on and go ahead and hop into round 2. Did not expect that, guys. I did not expect that. It's all good. I agree, Carmack Doom. Who is the one who said that again? Somebody said that once. I was listening to that interview. And it's like, oh, that's a stand-up comedian, right? The one with the Netflix special. I forgot his name. I was like, Twitter isn't the real place. Yeah. Now I remember. Dave Chappelle. That's correct, mate. That is correct. In the top right side of Data C, we're looking at the main base of our Elazer, taking the 1-0 lead in our co-main event of the evening. He looked good doing it with the burrowed banelings. Big brain plays. This is Team Liquid's Elazer. And in the bottom left side of Data C, we're looking at the main base of the man who displayed some good micro with the Marine, sniped a couple banelings, but definitely, I think, had more potential with his first attack. I don't think his opponent was ready for it, but maybe we were a bit indecisive, going for the natural, going for the third, and in the end, our Hellbats were too clumped up by the time the Banes were ready. This is Team Liquid's Kelazhur. The Basilisk Bros seemed pretty cool at Homesteader Cup. I would agree with that. I've had a lot of great chats with them over the last 4 or 5 weeks. Basically a weekly meeting. They say I'm the highlight of the day when they can just have 1 hour of their day talking to me about StarCraft. I don't know if I believe it. Maybe they're just bothering my biscuit, but it's been great getting to know them, and obviously they've done great things so far in StarCraft already for an organization that's barely been part of the StarCraft scene. But they've had an amazing entrance. I think we can all agree on that. And I'm already excited for the next one. My brain is going in circles wondering what kind of matches I want to go for. I want to see some Botvinnik, man. After last Monday, where Botvinnik turned into a Spanish Maru, I think we need to see some Botvinnik. Maybe a Botvinnik Aquaron best of 5 to determine who's the best player from Spain. And then at least we can do one TVT and never again. Wait, imagine starting the night with a TVT. It's risky. We obviously have one more series after this, and that is Heromarine against Showtime. I think they are currently playing. I gave them the green light to go ahead and play that game since we were behind schedule for over an hour, and I did not want to see them potentially have to play their games at 1 a.m. I think that would only make the show worse for us. Obviously, joining the lobbies and making it live is awesome, but I think we much rather see both of them play at their best. So I think that's the way we do it. Obviously, nobody will know the scores or outcome, and it will be a total secret for everyone on this planet besides Heromarine and Showtime. Some Christiana, maybe? Absolutely, mate. Christiana, kind of like a second match player, right? I think too good for an opening match. No time for F1 today, mate. If you mean playing, absolutely no. I've had 0 time. I've had a very busy day. If it means watching practice, no, I have no idea what happened. Let me guess, Red Bull is fast. As we have Elazer hitting the pause button, saying that he's got spikes. Hopefully he's going to be okay. Hey, is Ferrari actually driving in yellow, by the way? Let's go! Basilisk Research Group gifting us 10 subbies, and Drogo's in the mix. Obviously a player that, if he wants to, he would also be more than welcome to play on one of these Friday nights. I'm making up for the fact that I just opened a Twitter page. And following everyone and their grandmas, but not Roddy. Thank you guys so much for the 10 gifted subs. Welcome everyone. Quick lair this time around, guys, for Elazer. He's switching things up. We are not going for double evo. We are going for the quick lair, which means much quicker Baneling Nest. Maybe a Spire. Meanwhile, Kelazhur playing obviously triple orbital and double eBay. Nothing too weird happening. Yeah, are we going to go for the fight here? Are we going to try to kill some queens? We throw down a grenade, we kill a queen immediately, and I love that he goes for this one. That does not have the transfuse, but extra queens coming in from downtown. Transfuse will be good enough to save the remaining queens. So what was that in the end? 2 Hellions for a queen. Do we like that trade, guys? Do we like that trade? 2 Hellions for a queen. I think I'm okay with it. I don't hate it. Ooh, what do we have in the main base? Liberator, ready for some. 4 drones is decent. Obviously, losing all your units too early as a Terran, that does kind of suck. One of the things that I absolutely love about Clem is that Clem can be such a proper nuisance with his Liberators. It's never about one siege. It's about siege, on siege, siege, on siege. You keep the Zerg player busy, and that makes it a lot harder for the Zerg to actually spend the money, spread the creep, and basically keep track of everything else that you're supposed to be keeping track of in a ZVT 6-7 minutes in. Now, killing 4 drones is nice, but if you then immediately lose the unit, yeah, I don't know. It's not fantastic. Is it the Saints against the Falcons opening weekend? Falcons are gonna rise up, mate. Hashtag rise up. Who is our quarterback right now of the Falcons? I know we have lost Matty Ice. Who do we got again? Do we have a young guy or do we have a veteran? I'm a very casual NFL fan, guys. I love following it. Mariota? Where is he coming from? Is he new or? Who is Mariota? He came from the Titans. Well, they never won a game, so that seemed like a bad sign. Baneling gets picked off, a couple of links will melt. The drone count of Elazer is really not that impressive, guys. Okay, we do have a run by during all of this, though, so I'm going to go ahead and take a quick look at the run by real soon. But the Banelings get very good connections as Kelazhur is busy trying to keep his SCVs alive, but he does not keep them alive. 24 SCVs go down, and obviously he got pushed back on this side of the map, too. Ay. This is turning into a bit of a disaster for Kelazhur. Obviously losing on Waterfall, a Terran favored map as well. That is probably not great for the confidence. Elazer is playing fantastic. It kind of feels that everything he's trying to do is working out. And Kelazhur is struggling. Does have 2-2 upgrades on the way, but he's really lacking map vision at this point. He's just got 0 vision of this area. Yeah. Who plays at home? Is it the Saints or the Falcons? First game of the day. Or first play day of the season, rather. Big run by Heromarine and not Burrow, but Marines will stim. Marines with 1-1 against these links. That seems to be good enough. We're going to have a little bit of a skirmish over here on the right side. Army supplies are dead even. We still have one more Heromarine. Heromarine does not fire. Other Heromarine! Oh, it's so close, but it doesn't fire. Man, Elazer has some good old big you-know-what to go for that one. Because the first one, yeah, was a low HP mine, but the second one, that was a close call. Double drop in the main base, though, could still create some chaos. I think that is exactly what it's doing. I mean, this game is nuts, guys. We have a run by here and we have a run by here. Let's see who finds the more damage in the end. This is only Link, so a couple of Widow Mines should be good enough here, but I don't see a couple of Widow Mines. A couple of Marines is not good enough to deal with this many rings. The hatchery does go down, though. The double drop has now gone back towards the bottom right side. There are 3 fights happening at the same time, but in the end, it seems that the Links have reigned supreme in the natural. And, I mean, that's even some friendly fire on the Medivacs, too. That is once more 21 SCVs going down. Elazer is knocked back to being a 4-base Zerg. I feel like this is a move command. This is a move. No, it's going to snipe the Banelings. Oh my goodness, Diego's crazy. There's only one Baneling. All the Banelings are so low on HP. There's only one Baneling, but now the Marines are low on HP as well. And a couple of Banelings do end up completing. This Orbital actually almost went down. So much action here. Jeez Louise, this is an Archon match or what? We're going for this little ledge. That's cute, but... This is a Game of Thrones episode right now, guys. Like, all right. Cool, I guess. I don't know. Everything is 2 hits away from dying, and it seems like the Queen's is going to clean this up. And I am afraid for Kelazhur that all of this chaos did not work out in his favor. He got close there. Maybe if he had full HP Marines and he could have cancelled all these morphing Banelings, there was hope. I mean, this is an 11-minute game. And do you guys want to play the guessing game? How many SCVs have gone down in this 11-minute game? Because I'm going to say that Kelazhur has lost a solid 57 SCVs. I'll go with 57. We do get a cancel. Okay, it's actually 44, so it's not as dramatic as I thought it was, but that's still a very decent amount. Widow Mine gets picked off. Banelings connecting with the Marines, and now we have Hydra sniping down a couple of these Medivacs too. Oh. When it rains, it pours, and it's not looking good for Kelazhur at this point. Does have 4 bases. Could be a planetary. We do have 3-3 upgrades on the way. But this is an 85-15 scenario if you ask me. We're going for a Widow Mine drop now. We do have Drilling Claws, but this Medivac is like 1 hit away from dying, Diego. That's crazy. Okay, good. All right. Great Widow Mine drop, guys. It was bait. It was bait. Apparently. Huh? Elazer is going to try to bust down this wall. Kelazhur is like, I'll help you, mate. I'll lower the depots. We burrowed a couple of Banelings there immediately. We have 1 Widow Mine here, and it gets a decent shot on the Lynx. And we have another Baneling there. Should be Widow Mine for safety. Good job here by Kelazhur. This actually went quite well for him. And there is a chance, guys. There is a chance that we're going to get 3-3 bio. Oh, no. Elazer! Is he doing it again? Is Elazer doing it again? Let's follow Elazer's camera for a little bit. As Elazer is burrowing units everywhere right now. Did he look? Did he look? We're following Elazer's first-person view. He's looking. He's setting up the traps left and right. Following Elazer's camera movement. He's cleaning up a couple of Widow Mines in the bottom right. Yes, I am getting dizzy too, guys, but... Okay, we'll stop. A maxed out Elazer, but it's a Lair Tech Zerg, guys. Lair Tech Zerg. The infestation pit is only going down right now. 3-3 bio. That's a very good chance here. Planetary Fortress, that's a lot of Banelings. And there are 27 SCVs here. We need to save the SCVs. 27 SCVs are going to get absolutely blown into pieces. Nice Widow Mine shot there from downtown. And now we're going to walk over the minefield. There are burrowed Banelings left, right, and center. Elazer's been waiting for it. Elazer gets another phenomenal burrowed Baneling connection. He's second to none with the burrowed Banelings, guys. And just like that, it is all over. Elazer as a Lair Tech Zerg says 3-3 bio. Absolutely no problem for me. He's good, man. We had some great plays tonight, eh? We actually had some very, very good plays tonight. That's awesome. 2-0 for the man who lost the last 5 times that these two played against one another. Taking notes from Mixu. He's been doing it for a while. To give Mika some credit, he's been doing it for a while. Game 3 of the co-main event of the evening is going to be played on Inside and Out. I will go ahead and host it. Definitely a very decent Terran map. The Rams lost by 21 against the Bills. I didn't see it, but I believe it. What were the scores in the first 2 games? Mixu got the best of Cuckoo, 3-1 in a 2-hour best of 5. And then Harstem got the best of Trigger, 3-0. And now we are here. And we still have one more series to go. Basilisk, big brain bouts with the Burrowed Banelings. Why stop at 3 Bs when you can make it a 5 B event, guys? If you guys... I'm letting them know that if they do want to take a minute, it's totally fine by me. But they say ready, ready. All right. GG, good luck. No breaks. We will just continue. And one more time, guys. Oh, look at this. The page is still open. Team Basilisk GG follows me now. I don't even want it. I'm joking. But yeah, if you guys are enjoying this Friday night action, we're going to have at least 3 more. Please give these guys a follow on Twitter if that is a social media platform that you enjoy using. Show them some love. Let them know that you enjoy the idea. Let them know that you think it's awesome they picked up Trigger. Or maybe tell them to pick up someone else, your favorite player that's currently teamless. Tell them to pick up Goblin. All of them. Pick Goblin. After today, there is no chance that that's going to happen. In the bottom left side of Inside and Out, we are looking at the main base of our Elazer. He's looking mighty fine so far. This is Team Liquid's Elazer. And he is gonna have to go up against the build that I rarely see lose. Does anyone ever see this build lose? I don't think so. In the top right side, the boys are no longer in town. We're looking at the main base of the Brazilian Terran player. This is Team Liquid's Kelazhur. Building not 1, not 2, but 3 barracks. Not where they are supposed to be. It is extractor before pool. Now, there are many different ways to play this out, but this definitely seems to be a very committed, very all-in-y kind of way. Yes, OG Quasi. I'm just, I like teasing my children, but I think they're all awesome. That's why I've got high hopes for the WTO qualifiers, and I was pretty invested today. Just because I really feel that all 3 of them are good right now. Like, Goblin is obviously always great. I think Cuckoo has made great progress over the last few months. And Baby Marine, well, he played fantastic today. So if I had any doubts about Brabba, I was wrong. Kelazhur is going very early. Elazer says that's lame. I love it. I love it. Kelazhur is having none of it. He probably thinks that the Burrowed Banelings are lame. Thank you, Mark. That's a lot of drones going very far out, trying to get the surround, and he actually kind of gets the surround on 2 Marines, man. Killing 2 Marines this early, that is very good. I have the feeling that Kelazhur is dropping the ball here a little bit. Then again, this is a lot of drones in the middle of nowhere, but you rarely see drones killing this many Marines. He gets another one. He gets another one. That is 5 Marines going down against just 7 drones. Now the Lings are out, and I think this is a bit of a disaster for Kelazhur. I think we can all agree on that. Elazer is so confident, I think he even cancelled the spine. He was building a spine, but he cancelled it. He's like, I don't need it. He's going back into droning. He thinks that this is a 2-Rex. He actually thinks, oh my goodness, all the boys are making their way to the other side of the map. And Elazer's like, damn it, why did I build drones? Why did I cancel the spine? I do think he's going to be fine. Don't go. No! Why are we shooting at our own Marine? Every HP matters. Kelazhur shoots at his own Marine. This is also a trend among Terran players today. Well, I have a hard time believing that this is going to work, but... Alright, here we go. Spine is halfway done. And Kelazhur's got a Can we kill the natural and send the STVs back home? Oh, there's one Ling in the main base. That is not what we are going to do. There's a spine crawler finishing up in the main. Spines are very good here. There is a lot of energy on the queens as well. We can transfuse. What are we going to do? Kelazhur, you need to make up your mind. He goes for the spine. He's a bit indecisive. Obviously, his economy is completely gone. There aren't too many links, though, on the side of Elazer. The guy with the gun. Can the guy with the gun possibly do it? That spine is sick, but the link count is dwindling. Now the drones are forced to be pulled as well. We're going to micro the Marines into a corner. Queen, low on HP, but it still lives. Few more drones are going to fall. Why is this close, guys? But I guess it's not close enough. Another transfuse. I mean, these queens have been absolutely MVP here in this defense. And Elazer gets the clean sweep on the board. A trio over Kelazhur after he lost the last 5 maps that these two played against one another. Miko played great. Miko played great there, and Kelazhur, I think, especially in game 3, that Marine micro, that wasn't it. Losing 5 Marines against just the drones, I think that is a bit too much. GG's, guys. Now we need to make sure that the other guys are actually done. I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at my email. I do not have an email yet, so there's a chance that maybe Gabe and Showtime are still playing. Yeah, I think they're probably still playing, guys. Well, this is obviously not what I expected after the longest best of 5 ever. Now we have 2 3-0s, and especially that final game was very short. Cool, we'll figure it out. It's all good. I think we're not in a rush. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it to a little break screen, and after that we will figure it out. These new Team Liquid things, by the way, they have been amazing. I saw the one of Kelazhur, I saw the one of Elazer, and this one looks very nice too. Cool stuff. Liquid knows what they're doing. Turns out it's a pretty good organization. Alrighty, so guys, I'm gonna go ahead and throw it to a little break. Congrats to the 3 winners we've had so far in our opening matches of the first edition of the Big Brain Bouts. Congrats to Mixu, congrats to Harstem, and congrats to our good friend Elazer. 3-0, 3-0, and a very long 3-1. Now I have the feeling that the other series is definitely not done yet. I think they are busy. I also don't want to ask him what game they are on, because I do not want any spoilers. So I'm going to go ahead and throw it to a break, and then I'll let you guys know what is happening with our main event of the evening. I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Kelazhur, Elazer 1. Did not expect that, guys. Did not expect the 3-0 there, but well done by Miko. Barrel Bailings, our killer. Heromarine versus Showtime. I'm gonna keep the submission period open for a long time because I don't know when they are ready, right? What I could ask is maybe to send me the first games already. That's a possibility. But yeah, we'll figure it out. I will come up with a plan. I'll be right back. Couple minutes. Na, 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 na. Alrighty. We have games. Don't worry. We have games. So to give you guys full clarity, since that first best of 5 was so incredibly long, and it was like 2 hours, and I thought that maybe Kelazhur Elazer was going to be a very long series too, I did not want to ask Heromarine and Showtime to stay up till like 1 a.m. and then play the games, because I actually think the games would be worse. Gabe was the one who also asked if they could maybe play it in advance, and I said yes, okay, and then Gabe said, all right, thank you very much, because otherwise I would have played bad games. So we are going to go ahead and fire these games up. Obviously, I don't know the score. I would never cast games that I know the score of, and they have just been played. Nobody should know the outcome of these games other than the two guys that are involved. So we have obviously 5 replays. I told them whatever the score is, always send me 5 games. Name them game 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, so there are no spoilers. So this is the closest thing to live that you can imagine, but I didn't want to let them stay up forever. I feel like I'm missing one. Where am I? I forgot one. This one. All right. Stream StarCraft. Where is StarCraft? Now I just need to find my folder. Give me a split second. StarCraft 2. I will just put them on the dim sum account, because then I know. Replays, multiplayer. Up. Gabe versus Showtime. Here we go. I have the games. So the prediction was open for a very long time because I had no idea when this was going to start. But obviously we are not going to keep it open for 30 minutes. So I'll let it run for like 10 more minutes and then I will close it. So, or maybe in like 5 or 6 minutes, just so you guys know. So if you want to predict, do it now, because it will be closed in the near future. I'm going to go to the correct account. All right. All right, so I'm going to start off the games. It seems like game 1 was played on Inside and Out. Here we go for our main event of the evening, the very first edition of the Big Brain Bouts. I think we had a lot of fun so far. It's been a glorious day of StarCraft. Let's hope that this best of 5 delivers. And if any of my moderators are here, can you guys please close the prediction when we are 5 minutes in the first game? All right? 5 minutes into the first game, we're going to go ahead and close that prediction. In the bottom left side, we're looking at the main base of... Shall I just let him do his own intro, guys? Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong, right? Yeah, I know that. This is the one and only streaming machine himself. Recently went to Utrecht for TSL 9. Big Gabriel, Heromarine. And in the top right side, we're looking at the main base of the man who had an absolutely fantastic TSL 9 run. Made it all the way into the upper bracket final. And I think it's safe to say that he produced the best games of that entire weekend. The German Protoss, Mr. Mauer, Showtime. Representing Team Berlin International Gaming, but apparently on Battle.net, representing Stormgate already. Take care, OG Quasi. Now, of course, guys, tomorrow at 4 p.m., WTL will continue. Will be Team Roddy versus License to Kill, the team of Percival, Nina, and a few other good video gamers. At least I think it's supposed to be at 4, unless they really can't play. Maybe we do it elsewhere, but we'll figure it out. Thank you, Ryan, for gifting us 5 subs. I mean, one thing is for sure, that this has been a fantastic streaming day for me. We had Jacob going absolutely ham again, gifting us 110 subs in total. Basilisk Research Group gifting us a solid 20. Now we have Ryan gifting us subbies, and I gifted subbies. You guys are showering me with love. I don't know what I did to deserve all of it, but I'll take it. Thank you, guys. I think our bracket is tough, Firefly, but I think it's doable. I think all three of our main kids are very good. Fjont is obviously our latest member, and I think maybe this comes a bit too early for him, but I believe in Cuckoo, Baby Marine, and Goblin. If they play well, they've got the skills to get the job done. Gabe opening up here with a Reaper Factory into a CC, and that first Reaper runs to the other side of the map and draws first blood. I have a good feeling too, Mark, but I mean, today at one point, like, I was very nervous about today's match for Team Roddy against Starcom, because in my mind, like, Cass and Braddock, even if they're old, I still think they're dangerous, I still think they're good, and then Ashbringer starts off 2-0 in Cuckoo. I'm like, okay, it's a disaster, but then Baby Marine started popping up, and even though all along I said no early celebrating, at one point I'm like, we're cruising, like, we've got this, even if this goes 1-1, you know, Baby Marine, like, Braddock is never going to 2-0 Goblin. And then it happens, and then he wins another match in the Revive Best of 3. And I'm like, oh my god, is this really going to be the end? So, no early celebrating. But it's going to be fun. I'm definitely excited for it. LTK asked to play 3 hours earlier. Is it possible for you? Everything is possible for me, yeah. Yeah, that'd be fine. It's not ideal, because I think streaming at 4 p.m. till 8 is a lot better than streaming at 1 till 5. But yeah, it's definitely possible for me. As long as our kids are happy with it. It's more important that Cuckoo, Baby Marine, Goblin, and Fjont are happy with it than that I'm happy with it, right? It's definitely fine for me. I thought Gabe was on the call. Did he hang up? No, Gabe, his speech was just done. That was just a Gabe speech that I clipped. That was not live, Gabriel. It could have been. It seemed like the Phoenix flew into the Widowmine. Sorry, guys, missed it. Daydreaming about tomorrow. The Phoenix will lift the Reaper and kill the Reaper. Now, we often praise Gabe for his... Ooh, supply depots. Okay, finishing up. We praise Gabe, his TVP, when it comes to the first, give or take, 9 minutes of a game. I genuinely believe that nobody on this planet does it better than Gabe when it comes to killing a Protoss in the first 8 or 9 minutes. But after that, he can definitely struggle. And Mr. Mauer is Mr. Mauer for a reason. He's hard to kill in the early game. So, we will see. This does not shape up to be a very long game, I think. Gabe is preparing to do Gabe things. And Showtime is playing a strat where I think it's going to be... It's going to be hard to hold, man. This is going to be very hard to hold. Phoenix, Immortal. This has Gabe written all over it. You could hide the name tags and I would tell you this is a Gabriel game. I think Showtime is in trouble, but we will see how it plays out. Gabe is going to drop a third CC, but this is still a push that can hit very hard, and especially the Liberator could become very difficult to take out. Because the Widow Mines will keep the Phoenixes at bay. Adapts. Okay, well, here we go. This could be a big moment already here in our main event. Okay, Showtime doing a good job in running back towards the battery. Now Gabe is going to very carefully move these units forward. Phoenixes are looking for reinforcements, but there are no reinforcements. Every immortal shot that goes off on Cyclones is big. Like, that is 50 damage a shot. Nothing to scoff at. That battery is completely drained. We're going to have to use battery overcharge, I think, in the near future. First Colossus is on the way. There are multiple pylons powering that robo. Phoenix is still in the center of the map. There is battery overcharge. And are we going to go for it right now? But there are Widow Mines in the mix. Phoenixes do find some reinforcements. Pick up a Viking. Okay, well, good job with the Phoenix, I guess. But this army is still here. That Liberator is still here. Phoenixes, Widow Mines. The Widow Mine shots are cash money. Those are some good Widow Mine shots. And I think that Gabe is doing Gabriel things. But once the Colossus is out, obviously Showtime will live. A good haul, to be honest, because it could have been a nightmare. It's not a great army to chase with, but seems to be good enough for now. Phoenixes could still live the Cyclones. We have lost a couple Phoenix, though. Nice scan there by Gabe. Gets another Phoenix. Oh, Showtime, you got to be careful. More lock-ons. More lock-ons. He's going to try to turn around and live, but the Marines will kill almost each and every single Phoenix. I have a hard time believing that you're happy with this if you're Showtime. We're playing Phoenix Colossus minus the Phoenix. I don't know about that, guys. Phoenix. Well, oh, okay. 2 Immortals. If the Immortals get in range of the tank, that'd be big. The Immortals will get in range of the tanks. The Cyclone's still locking on another barrier pulse with all the Stalkers dying. That means that the Vikings can just kill that Colossus. Yes, no, maybe. Not quite. Somehow, 3 HP tank still alive. A little more than 3. I'm going to say 17. 35. Whatever. Well, that's a spicy start. Spicy start. I think, honestly, Gabe handled that really well. Like, we like to tease Gabe. We like to make fun of Gabe, but Gabe played that really well. That was not easy. Beautiful setup. Good build. And I think that's 6 Phoenixes dying. 7. Well, I play a lot of Phoenix in PvT. And I can guarantee you guys that I have never won a PvT when I lose 7 Phoenix in an 8-minute game. Sorry, what happened? Redeemed VIP for the Basilisk VIP. Of course. I will definitely do that after this game. I was like, what do you mean VIP? You want to be demoted from mod to VIP? Of course, Basilisk VIP. Thank you, the Yankees, for the 85 months. And once more, to any of the pros that are listening to me right now, !Discord. If you guys join my Discord, I will open a channel tonight, and I will give any pro gamer that's around 5,500 MM. Well, I know people are going to be like, you're not pro, you're 5.5. But anybody that's above 5,500 MMR will get a role to talk in the Basilisk Big Brain Bouts. It's hard to say that after a 12-hour day channel. And then you guys can let me know if you're available for next Friday. And I will start matchmaking at my own pace. But the next matches will probably be revealed on Tuesday or Wednesday. I'd be kind of sad, I'm not gonna lie. You are correct in that. First Disruptor on the way as Showtime is trying to rebuild his Phoenix count. He's got 3 now. You gotta absolutely love this game for Gabriel. This is also the kind of game though that if Gabe does not end up winning it, we might see little puffs of steam coming out of his ear. And then the next 2 games might be a little ugly. Gabe will not be pleased if this game does not go his way. I know Gabe well enough for that. Four Vikings, 3 Colossus, 4 Phoenix. I mean, near a battery, crazy things are possible. If we do not fight near a battery, I feel like we need a minor miracle for Showtime to win the fight. Don't be weird, be dude. It's like we've had, in a 10-minute game, 8,000 resources going down, and you're whining about the lack of action. Just don't do that. I'm in a good mood, but don't do that. Gabe is going to Stim, picks up a sentry immediately. Marauder's in the front, obviously there to soak up the first few shots. Phoenix target fire. It's Viking target fire, more like it. Gabe has been really good. Battery overcharge, I think, is mandatory here, and we do use it. That's going to save both Colossus. But Gabe wasn't born last night. He knows that fighting near the green battery ain't right. So he will disengage and wait until it runs out. Weird place to morph an Archon, to be totally honest. 1 pylon powering 2 batteries, but the Cyclones are locked on. Showtime obviously does not want to fight. Oh, the Zealots were supposed to go for the flank, but they derped her. They turned around, and now all the Colossus are stuck. Like shooting ducks in a barrel. Phoenixes will lift a couple of the tanks. That's good. Zealots coming in from the right side is good. But I still think this is way too much Gabriel. Too much firepower and something about the Terran army, I believe, being better than the Protoss army, even though there's still a couple of Immortals alive. But there is no answer for the guy with the gun. And after 11 minutes, it is Big Gabriel who takes the 1-0 lead. He played very well. He played very, very well. And that means we can almost immediately get ready for game 2. No downtime. Now, obviously, my idea is not in the future to have the main event being like played a bit earlier. I want everything to be live, but I did not possibly want to ask these guys to wait until 1 a.m. It could have been 1 a.m. Turned out it wasn't, but it could have been, so I thought this was the better solution for tonight. I'm the man in charge after all. Let's go ahead and hop into game 2. Fine. VIP it is. We're back, guys. How do I do this anyway? Just type it right. I mean, after all those gifted subbies, I make them stand out. It also helps to make sure that you guys know they are official. Let's go ahead and hop into game 2. Cosmic Sapphire in the top left side. I mean, last time I checked, Showtime is not part of the other 3, guys. Shall we just listen to it one more time? And so far, he's living up to that statement in the top left side of Cosmic Sapphire. We're looking at the main base of the biggest of Gabriels, the 5-time DreamHack champ, Mouse Sports Heromarine. Gabe is the best, man. He really is the best. In the bottom right side, we're looking at the main base of a top 3 finisher of TSL 9. Played some fantastic games against Cyril and Maru. Let's see what he's made of today in the main event of our first edition of the Big Brain Bouts. But we'll be back next week, Friday. Either same time and same place, or maybe 1 hour earlier. But I'll think about that. This is Berlin International Gaming's Showtime. And of course, you guys are always more than welcome to give me suggestions about potential dream matchups you guys would like to see, that you guys think would fit in this event. What is this? Oh, okay. What do you call it? If there is something that gets you guys ultra excited other than a Cyril against Rainer. Like, I don't know if I can do that. But other than that, I think since there's $500 that we can give away each and every single Friday, I think most pro gamers will be down. And I think they will like it too to play in this event on this channel. I definitely want to see if I can do something with Botvinnik. That's the one guy that I would like to see play next Friday. Because after that performance last Monday, I think the world needs more Botvinnik. Skillers against Gabe. Something we could do, but I don't really want to have Gabe in back-to-back main events. I would like to see 2 different players in the main event. Battle of the YouTubers, Euthermo against Harstem. Huh? That is a possibility, but I'm not sure if Mark would be ultra hyped to do that. Even though I think the last time they played, Euthermo won, if I recall that correctly. There's a very weird history between Euthermo and Harstem. Every single time I'm almost convinced one of the 2 is going to win, the other guy wins. And it's always been back and forth, and they also have streaks against one another. Max Pax versus Reynes Protoss. It's a weird main event, but it would not be a bad main event. What do we got here, guys? Triple Barracks Factory, the Ryung special. Oh, Gabe. Gabe is going to do Gabe things, isn't he? And it's a Phoenix opener for Showtime. I mean, you can play Phoenix Zealot against this. It's not bad, but he's going to play Phoenix Robo once more. Back-to-back Phoenix openers here from Mr. Mauer. Cyclone will get the lock on, and we'll keep vision of that for a bit too. Won't kill it, but at least Showtime gets a very good scout off. Sees all the barracks, all 3 of them, sees the factory, so. Gabe immediately doing another swapperoo. Maybe Lambo versus Skillers Max Fax. That is one hell of a main event, yes. That is definitely the kind of caliber players that I'm looking for. I also think next Friday, I do think our opening match will be between 2 NA players. Or an NA player and a European player that does not need to participate in DreamHack. Because we have DreamHack qualifiers too next Friday. Gabe already moving out with a decent amount of Marines and a Cyclone. Gets another lock on. Puts a lot of pressure on these Phoenixes. I mean, Gabe was very eager to start this. And apparently today he lost against Night Phoenix, also known as Sly Crab, who also really wants to play in one of my events. So, like, maybe Sly Crab against Botvinnik would be a great opening match, but I think they'll be playing in the DreamHack qualifier. Like Vindicta I'm canning. That'd be great. Yeah, that's great. I would love that. We're going to lift a Cyclone Heroes. We have 5 or 6. This is good by Showtime. And this is really where Adepts can shine, man. I do think it's smart that Gabe eventually just turned around. Gabe trying to get a bit over eager there, trying to kill a Phoenix. That was never going to work. Adepts are funny, because Adepts are either very bad or they actually look damn good. And it was a bit of an anti-timing by Gabe. I don't think he even stimmed one time there, right? I don't think we stimmed one time. Kind of a weird moment to be on the other side of the map. Gabe does not have a third base. Then again, Showtime's third base with this build is a little bit later too, right? It's already a 6-minute game. I know that, mate. Like, for instance, you could also, like, I'll find a way. Because next Friday, we have a DreamHack, the second European server DreamHack Masters qualifier. Now, NA players cannot play in that, so I can obviously still have games at 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. and have 2 NA players first. And then the second match, the third match, the fourth match, they can all have European players again. I don't really want to start off with top-tier players because I want this event to have a bit of a community feeling where you don't have to be Lambo's killers to play on the Friday night. Like in the first match or the second match, I want it to be a bit more accessible to almost everyone. That is good, of course. Double drop happening in the main base, but that Observer is going to give Showtime the heads up. But that's still a lot of Marines, and these Marines have +1. These Marines have Stim. And without a Colossus, this is annoying to engage. But I guess with everything, we're going to be fine. Gabe snipes the sentry. Picking up is hard, though, against this many Phoenixes. And that is something that Gabe is going to realize, too, now. So he's like, damn, okay, snipes the Phoenix. Yeah, that's pretty good. He's going to pick up, and this is dropping the back of the main base. Oh, all the probes were not mining. Oh, we lost a lot more mining time there, guys, than we were supposed to. While that fight was happening, Showtime, his probes were not mining in the main base. I mean, that's just the fear that a 5-time DreamHack champ puts into you, right? 60 Marines are unloaded in the back of your main, and all of your probes stop working. That makes it definitely a bit more painful than I think it otherwise would have been, because technically the cleanup was fine. We killed 2 medevacs, we lost maybe a Phoenix or 2, but it wasn't all that bad. But all those probes not doing anything, that hurts. Then again, Gabe is a 2-base Terran. And you can also say, was that enough for a 2-base Terran? I would say no. And it seems like Gabe is just going to stay a 2-base Terran, right? Thank you, Maples. Appreciate it, matey. It's going to be a good scrap. I think you're spot on, Abstinency. Then again, he's building another turret. If you want to go for a 2-base all-in, why would you build another turret? But with this many tanks, like we can even build turrets and bunkers on the other side of the map. We saw Braddock. Like we might not pull SCVs, because maybe against Colossus, SCV pulls are not fantastic. But we're going to bring a couple SCVs to repair the tanks, repair the Vikings, and maybe build a turret or a bunker. Is Showtime aware of this move out? Man, for a Phoenix player, we're awfully blind. We're absolutely awfully blind. Like, you know, we're building a prism now. We should not be building a prism. If we know, he still doesn't know. Oh my goodness, Showtime is Scotty over here. He still doesn't know. He finds a couple of Marines, but here is Gabriel already, and now the Phoenixes are a bit out of position. And oh my goodness, Showtime is going to end up losing only 1. Excuse me, battery overcharge is absolutely bust though. That could have been a whole lot worse. First bunker goes up. I wouldn't hate a turret, man. I think a turret is good. I think a turret here would be good. Gabe is in range of the battery. Guardian Shield has been activated. I guess that Warp Prism will come in handy when it comes to dodging Viking shots. But that's 5 tanks, guys. Meine Fresse, das geht doch nicht. Now the Phoenixes are going to try to lift a couple of the tanks. And they lift a few, but there are still a couple of tanks remaining. The Marauders are going to stim forward. Colossus super low on HP. Still a close fight. Warp Prism micro, but it goes down. Colossus goes down. 1 final Colossus remains. What a fight this is, actually, with a couple of extra Zealots. Showtime will be fine, but he loses all of his high-tech units. And now, that was only the first wave. Cucu has warned us a long time ago about the second wave. Mr. Mauer is going up to 4 bases. Mr. Mauer, do we know what's happening in this game? I don't think we do. Oh my, guys, he should not go up to 4 bases now. That's too much. Unless we hold. Then we look awesome. But here come the boys! We're going up to 4 bases. Yeah, pulling the boys now is... Okay, the force fields I think are quite good. The boys make it through the force field. A lot of firepower on the other side, and that's where the force fields can kind of work against you. So we're going to disengage. But Showtime lost a lot of supply. 64 army supply for Big Gabriel against the 33 of Showtime. We do have 1 Colossus, but there are still so many Vikings. The Vikings can go back into the sky. We have Zealots coming in from the top right. Guardian Shield. Zealots on the left side. This is still close, actually. Can Zealots make the difference, guys? That Colossus melts. The Vikings are going to have to land one more time. 4 base, Mr. Mauer. Oh my god, this is really coming down to the final unit, but in the end, Gabe has too much. Gabe has too much with a couple of Liberators showing up now. That got really close, I think, for a split second. But Gabe has too much. Showtime did cancel that Nexus. Well, we have no anti-air at this point. Archons are going to have to fight these Liberators. But 2 Liberators, that is too much justice. The landed Vikings. And in an 11-minute game, Big Gabriel puts himself up 2-0. Gabe is good. Gabe is good. Thank you very much, Maples, for the 16 months. Die Mauer is weg. Die Mauer is in a bit of a pickle. Let's see what game 3 has in store for us. Nobody messes with Gabe in the first 10 minutes, man. I know this went to minute 11, but that's when the boys made it to the other side of the map. And I do want to mention that Gabe always led us with my face as his portrait. I don't know if that is a secret ingredient, but every single time I'm casting Gabe, I see my face. In the bottom right side of Moondance, we're looking at the main base of arguably the best TVP player on this planet when it comes to single digits in the minutes. This is Big Gabriel, Heromarine. Up 2-0. That's gotta feel good for him, by the way. In the top left side of Moondance, we're looking at the main base of the man who's trying to play Phoenix Robo, but it's not quite working out because his opponent is having a soul read on it and is playing picture perfect builds against it. Can he bring it back? This is Mr. Mauer, Showtime. For what is the price distribution again? I think for the main event, this is a $200 best of 5. I guess it's 150 for the winner, 50 bucks for the loser, but I'm actually not totally sure. How tall is Gabe? Like 7'2"? I mean, some things are hard to measure, right? 'Cause, like, the universe is still expanding, and I think Gabe is still expanding too. I am 6'2", and when I stand next to Gabe, I don't want to say I'm a dwarf, but he towers over me. 187 in centimeters, 6'2". In American random units. Gabe is big, man. In freedom units, alright. We'll go with that. I mean, Gabe has turned down multiple NBA contracts. They were like, we don't even care if you're good. We need your spirit, your confidence, and your size. But Gabe said, nah, I need to punish some greedy Protoss players on the ladder. What's an NBA ring to a guy like me? It won't even fit on my monstrous hands. So Gabe turned it down. Somebody needs to punish the greedy Protoss players, guys. And let's just say he became an absolute master at his craft. Stargate, once more. Showtime says, alright. Perhaps it didn't work out in the first 2 games, but this is still the attack of choice that I'm most confident with. It's funny, because MaxPax obviously finds some success with Stargate against Heromarine, but I think what really bothers Gabe is that MaxPax is incredibly good with 4-gate Blinkstalker Aggression and Phoenix Colossus, and then Gabe feels like he needs to gamble. But if he just assumes that Showtime is playing Stargate every game, and Showtime is playing Stargate every game, then I think he has a lot more confidence in his TVP. I mean, Gabe puts in crazy hours in his stream. To give you guys an idea of how much Gabe cares about his stream, We were in Utrecht on the Friday. Gabe played his games. He won his first best of 5. The second one ended around 7 or 8 p.m. He lost against Solar. We had 2 big Ritter beers. And next morning, 8 a.m., Gabe took the first train home. And at 10 a.m., he was live from Cologne. 10 a.m. on a Saturday, day 2 of the tournament he qualified for. He could have been in a nice fancy hotel for the entire weekend. Have a good time with everyone. But Gabe said no. He needed to punish some greedy Protoss players on the ladder. Took an 8 a.m. train to get back home. Yes, we have a Liquipedia page. I'll bring that up afterwards. And next week, oh no, please don't fly into the Widowmine. I'll make sure that we use that one as the updated link. Today I had almost no time because WTL just went on forever. And it was a good thing. I was happy with it. It was a very, very, very fun team battle with Starcom. Oh, no, please not. Okay. Showtime once more takes a lot of damage of one of his first Phoenixes, and Gabe does another one of Big Gabriel's special move outs. Showtime is aware of it, has a lot of adapts. Adapts are good in these skirmishes as long as they shoot at the right units. If they shoot at Marines, they're awesome. If they shoot at Cyclones, not so much. If a Widowmine shoots at them, they are not awesome. One Viking just popped. Oh, what are the adapts here? Why? Wait, what? Showtime. The Phoenixes are on the other side of the map. But Gabe lets him get away with it. I don't know what's happening here. This is weird. Phoenixes, no, Widowmines, please be careful. Okay. Alright, weird fight so far. I mean, if we can... I don't know, that's so risky. It's double mine. He cancels the shade. The Widowmine shots are still very good though. The Phoenixes, he's lifting so many units that the Phoenixes barely provide any DPS. So this really is all about the adepts, and I just don't think this is good enough. Will Showtime hold? Sure. But once more, we have lost 6 or 7 Phoenixes. I don't think that was as pretty as it could have been, guys. Obviously, he's not going to die with the batteries and the Stalkers right now, but that is 5 Phoenix going down? 4. 9 Adepts and 4 Phoenix. And also, if you make that many Adepts, which are very basic units, you hope for a clean sweep. You hope for just a complete domination of a fight. And that wasn't quite it. Now, Showtime is going to push it back, and it's maybe not as disastrous as some of the other games. Oh, I don't lose more Phoenix, man. We lose another one, and one more Phoenix is going to get gunned down. Gabriel gets almost each and every single Phoenix besides one. Gets a Stalker, too. No. Okay, that could have almost been the final Phoenix. I don't think it's good for Showtime as Gabe throws down a scan as well. Picks up the Observer. Units lost. Resource tap 3.2k against 2.6k. And this is not an early third base for the Protoss. I mean, it's not like game over bad, but Gabe really is living up to his statement that he would have won 5 out of 7 DreamHacks so far, because he is looking mighty fine against the man who I think we can safely say made Maru sweat in PvT last weekend at the LAN event. But Gabe is showing Maru that there are levels to this game. Maru, take notes. Like I know you do so often when I'm streaming. I'm pretty sure that's what Gabe was thinking. Gabe is dominating. It's so tough. It is actually so tough to play this as well. Because if you're Showtime at this point, you don't have Zealots with charge to be aggressive. You don't have a Prism to be aggressive. You don't have Oracles or anything. You kind of just have to rebuild your Phoenix count, and that's so lame. Because Phoenixes are great units. As you guys know, I'm a very big fan. But they are expensive, and losing that many early on, it just hurts, man. Gabe is indeed ahead of SCVs. I guess the one silver lining, light at the end of the tunnel, is that Gabe is taking the Pocket Expand, which is a small... Ooh, Showtime, by the way, guys. Look at this. Double Stargate. Maybe feeling a very early double starport from Gabe, where Gabe is going to make a lot of Vikings. And he feels that with double Stargate, he can match that. But I actually think Vikings scale very well against Phoenix if the Phoenixes don't have any Impulse Crystals. And also you kind of need +1, man. You kind of need +1. It's looking dire for Showtime, but there is hope. Gabe sets up a little Marine drop too. Phoenixes could maybe lift a couple SCVs. Gabe is going to use the big Gabe special of an 8 Marine drop. The Colossus are here, so that's good news for Showtime. He does have extended thermal lens as well. Careful with the Phoenix. We lose another one. Man, I think overall Showtime's been a little bit too sloppy, guys. I really hope that we get to see another game, but I am afraid that the writing is kind of on the wall for this. Gabe is going to pick up 2 Medevacs as well. He's very decisive. There's a Liberator in the main base. I mean, Big Gabe is just everywhere at this point. He's once more dealing a lot of economic damage. Shield Battery Overcharge is not going to save you there. And now Showtime is just terribly, terribly, terribly out of position to potentially keep that other base alive. He's losing 20 probes. Wow. This is turning into a bit of a stomp. The main event of the evening is the most one-sided series of the day. Starting to look like it. We do get the cleanup in the end with all these Phoenix, but I think Gabe... Gabe and his upgrades are not fantastic. Normally, if you just get a Ghost Academy, you land 1 or 2 EMPs. There's absolutely nothing that... what is this? That Showtime can do, but since Gabe kind of forgot about his upgrades, we don't have to worry about that terrifying EMP enhanced shockwaves. +2 attack, +2 bio armor upgrade. We got a fleet beacon now. 4 Colossus. There is hope. Not a lot of hope, but there is hope. Phoenix is getting picked off. I mean, he was literally streaming today, Sinos. The man was literally streaming for a couple of hours. He raided us. So unless he pulled a Roddy and he streamed F1 and he raided us, pretty sure he played a couple games. I think that's a very silly thing of you to say. Gabe is just playing well. You got to give credit where credit is due. And I think Gabe is a TVP expert, especially if he has a good read on his opponents. I think the main reason why Gabe really hates playing max packs is because he has a hard time getting a good read on max packs. And he never knows what it's going to be. And again, against Showtime, he's just kind of convinced it's going to be Stargate, so he plays anti-Stargate builds. And of course, that's something that Showtime is aware of too. But at that point, it's just a dance of execution, right? Who is going to execute better? And so far in this best of 5, Heromarine has just been executing better. That's really all there is to it. Phoenix is once more not quite in the spot they want to be. We have a fleet beacon, but we don't have any impulse crystals, and Showtime makes another boo-boo. That just happened a few too many times. We do have balls. Disruptors. There is a tank siege up. The splits from Gabe are pretty good. Showtime should get a Guardian Shield here. Why, do we have a battery? Yes, we do. I mean, we just had so many Phoenix. Now we only have 7 remaining. 13 Phoenix have gone down. Almost 14. Battery overcharge has been activated, but the Viking count is high enough to just one-shot Phoenixes. And if you have this many Vikings, you're going to have the time of your life, because all you need to do is kill the Phoenix one by one. Because with the way Showtime has played, you can't just warp in a couple Stalkers. You just don't have enough to keep your units alive. Gabe still had, 13 Vikings there in the end. I mean, honestly, that deserves a GG. Big Gabriel with the 3-0 over Mr. Maurer in the very first main event of the Big Brain Bouts. That does give me the feeling that I want to give Showtime another chance in one of these events to really show off what he's made of, because I think we can all agree that Showtime can do a lot better. He has played a lot better in the past, but kudos to Gabe. He played sick and once more showed us why he's the best TVP player on this planet for the first 10 minutes of a TVP. That is going to do it for the first edition of the Basilisk Gaming Big Brain Bouts. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I did my best to make it fun and entertaining for you guys. I definitely think it was a success. I had a great time. It was overall a wild day of StarCraft with first Team Roddy in the WTL. Tomorrow there's more Team Roddy in the WTL. And I will already start tomorrow on crafting some next matchups for the next edition that is going to happen next Friday. Either 8 p.m. CEST or maybe 7 p.m. Because I think 7 p.m. will be a little bit more friendly towards the players. So we don't have to do the main event in advance. Now today in the end we didn't have to do it because this is a reasonable time to end. But I couldn't predict the 2-3-0s in match 2 and 3 after that first 2-hour best of 5 we had. So I wanted to play it safe and let the players play obviously at a time that suits them. But yeah, obviously to the pros, ! Discord. I will make a dedicated Discord channel where you guys can let me know your availability for next Friday. And then I will do my best to be the ultimate Sean Shelby of StarCraft 2 and create 4 more exciting matchups for next week. I think it's a lot of fun. I enjoy putting this stuff together. And obviously a big shout out to the guys from Basilisk Gaming because I could not do it without them. One last time, I will ask you guys to go ahead and follow that Twitterino. I will post it one more time in the chat. If you guys are into Twitter and whatnot, go ahead and give them a follow. If you don't, you can always give this channel a follow so you make sure you don't miss the next edition. I don't know what time WTL starts tomorrow, so obviously if you follow me, you'll see me go live tomorrow. I think you can turn on alerts. I personally don't do that for any Twitch channel, and I don't recommend it. I think it's annoying, especially when somebody streams as much as me. But if you don't want to miss tomorrow's stream, you can turn it on for or at tomorrow. And obviously if you follow me, you will see me live, which does make a lot of sense. And I think that's it, man. I'm super tired. I feel, what time did I start today? 2. Yeah, it's been 10 hours. Pretty much 10 hours of non-stop, pretty damn hype SC2. I think it's been a great day. I had a lot of fun. And I look forward to more WTL tomorrow and more big brain bouts next week. Thank you guys. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your Friday evening or Friday afternoon or Saturday morning, wherever you may be. Have a great weekend if I don't see you guys anymore. But I hope to see all of you guys. You have to cheer for my children tomorrow in the WTL qualifiers. For now, I'm going to pass you guys on to... You know what, guys? I'm going to host a poker stream, which is not something I do super often after I stream StarCraft. I don't mind hosting a poker streamer after poker or after F1. After StarCraft, I don't do it often. But this dude has been very cool to my channel. He's a big StarCraft fan and he's a poker player. But he often only has like 2 or 3 viewers. But he's a really cool guy. I promise you guys that he's really cool. Now, if people stream poker, they have a couple of minutes of delay. So please wait. You can't say hi and expect them to say hi back. There is like a 3 to 4 minute delay. But if you guys want to do me a favor, give that man a follow. Tell him hi. He often gives a decent amount of subs in his channel. He's a really cool dude from Vietnam. I like his vibe. I like his music. He's a bit crazy, but he's fun. And if you join the channel, please write ship it or it is time. Okay? Can you guys do that for me? So either we write ship it or it is time. You can do one of the two. It doesn't matter which one. Ship it or it is time. Bye, guys. Peace. Have a great night. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye-bye.